Good morning. Welcome back to another episode of the Chad Smith Podcast. My name is Chad Smith. Today is Thursday, December 9th, 2021, and we have a great show for you today. We've got a guest that's coming on that's going to be talking about some high strangeness that he's had throughout his lifetime. But let me bring in my co-host first. We got Sonny Conway. Good morning, Sonny. How's it going, man?
Good morning, guys. How's it going, everybody? How you doing, Chad?
It's going pretty good so far. I'm wide awake today. Got my coffee already drank, and now I got some water, and I'm just wide awake, ready for this interview. It's going to be a good one.
It is going to be good today.
All right, so I don't want to keep him backstage too long, so I'm just going to bring him in. So this is Eddie Haskell.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
How's it going, Eddie?
It's good to see you.
It's very good
I hope
to see
you guys, you guys can hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine, man.
Okay.
So, do you want to just start out with a little introduction about who you are, and because I know we're not using your real name today.
Yep. Basically, I'm an experiencer. Put me in the same category of a Calvin Parker or a Travis Walton. The only difference is I'm not writing a book, and I'm not any aspirations to have a podcast. I'm just trying to convey a few messages.
Mm-hmm.
And I have had a very strange life. I've had a lot of strange things happen to me. And, I just kind of, trying to convey the message. But first of all, I'd like to say how I actually found you guys. I was in my early 50s, and I was working, basically, I'm oldest and, pretty financially, stable and everything. So, basically I cut back on my workload a lot when I got into my 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started working in a warehouse overnight. And, I used to listen to a lot of times Coast to Coast and, on iHeartRadio. And, how Coast to Coast could be, too many advertisements. So I started scanning around different podcasts. One night, I stumbled into UFO Garage. And I said, wow, these guys, a little different look at things. And they were announcing at the time that they were starting a YouTube channel. So I said, okay, we'll have to check these guys out on YouTube. So I went out to YouTube one day and I subscribed to them. I think I was the 9th subscriber.
Oh, cool.
On UFO Garage.
Excellent.
So here I am on UFO Garage and shooting the shit in the chat room. Whoops.
Oh, you can swear all you want. Yeah, we're not monetized.
Okay. But I ran into this guy named Chad Smith. He says, hey, if you like UFO Garage, you should check out Spaced Out Radio. I says, oh, hey, okay, they on YouTube? Yep. Okay. Now, Spaced Out Radio was also on iHeartRadio, but I just never jumped on them before. So here I am. Now I'm on Spaced Out Radio. And fell in love with Dave. He's great. I love Dave. I want his hair.
Dave's awesome. Dave keeps changing his hair every day. It looks different to me.
No, Dave is super intelligent. He can be funny. I love everything about Dave. The show is incredible. He's really built something strong there.
Mm-hmm.
And, he didn't copy anyone to do it.
Takes it very seriously.
Yeah. I had nothing but the utmost respect for Dave. So anyway, here I am on Spaced Out Radio, and one night, there's Chad Smith. Hey, if you like Spaced Out Radio, check out the Paranormal Chop Shop. Okay, so next thing you know, I'm on the Paranormal Chop Shop. And then, of course, I saw Chad, and he says how he's having a podcast. So I said, okay, I'll subscribe to Chad. So, working overnights, I think I listened to one or two of Chad's podcasts, archive, because I hardly ever up early in the morning.
Yeah, it's hard for people to get in here in the morning.
So I go on, I go on to Chad's podcast one morning, and he's got like 2 subscribers. He's got like, I think 2 people in the chat room. I think it was Block Chick and Grandmaster.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Right.
So I said, and I'm saying to myself, poor Chad. Look at him. He's trying to the poor guy, it's just my nature to help people. So I
Yeah,
said, geez, I have to say something here. Maybe I can give him a hand. I can tell him a story or something, give him an experience. And
Well,
so
we're
I mentioned
definitely
before,
glad you found us.
oh, I didn't hear that.
I said we're definitely glad you found us, man.
Yeah. So I
absolutely.
go, I got to help Chad out, So I'm gonna, commit. I'm gonna, I think I dropped him a line about a 4-foot owl. And he's, oh, geez, love to have you on as a guest. So I said,
Oh yeah.
okay, sure, So I'm figuring, okay, just getting off to a start. And I think I may have overwhelmed Chad a little bit. I sent him an email. I think I maybe gave him too much information without realizing it. And I think I sent him over the edge a little bit. And
I wanted you to come on that day. I was reading that email and I'm like, I've got to talk to this guy right now. This is insane.
so at any rate, next time I see Chad, he's interviewing Jim Goodall, and I think I dropped my coffee on the floor. I'm like, what the, here, what kind of deception is this? Jim Goodall, he's like one of my personal heroes. Okay, so I'm going, wow, Chad Smith really deceived me on this one. And so anyway, I think the next time I see him, he's interviewing Preston Dennett, and I'm saying, what the heck? I said, what's this guy trying to do to me? And then the next time I see Chad Smith, not only is he interviewing Jim Goodall, he's got Michael Schratt. And I'm like, what the heck? I said, this guy, I go, no good deed goes unpunished. Here I am. I thought I was going to help Chad out. And look who he's interviewing. This is like if I like music and I'm interviewing Willie Nelson. I've been doing this for a week. And, I was shocked. When I saw these guys, I was shocked. I said, what the heck's going on? So now I said to myself, so I get to follow this up. These guys opened for me, right? I've never even been on StreamYard before. And
Yeah.
now, I gotta follow these guys. Okay, which is incredible. And
We're not really sure how this keeps happening. We just keep getting really good guests. We're very fortunate to have them, and you're next in line. You're just
That's right.
Yeah. So it's a tough act to follow, is what I'm trying to say. And no good deed goes unpunished. Here I thought I was helping Chad out, and then here we go. But anyway,
you're definitely helping us out. I appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Heck yeah, man.
As long as I'm interesting, I don't want to bore anyone here.
Oh no, you're already interesting.
Okay. There's a couple little topics I'd like to talk about just for a second. And one of them is experts in the paranormal field. And it's a very level playing field, because when it comes to experts, nobody knows nothing. And let me just give you a little demonstration or a little explanation. Take something simple like a gray alien. We all have that picture in our mind, okay? And let's just say, okay, everyone, it's accepted because there's been enough talk about gray aliens, people with like experiences. But what do any of these experts know? Do they come from another dimension? Do they come from hollow Earth, the dark side of the moon, perhaps a hollow moon, Antarctica, or are they traversing millions of light years to get here? There isn't one expert who can say beyond without a reasonable doubt what the hell's going on. And so whenever you hear someone say they're an expert in the paranormal field, it's kind of a vast area. And the best experts are probably people who have a journalistic background.
Yeah.
Take Linda Moulton Howe, for instance. The foremost expert, unquote, on cattle mutilations. She's been talking cattle mutilations for probably 40 years. I don't think she knows who's doing it, why. She's no more an expert on cattle mutilations than, me or Sonny. The other thing I'd just like to touch base a little bit on is disclosure. And whenever I hear disclosure, I just roll my eyes because, first of all, when they talk disclosure, they're talking government disclosure in most cases.
Right.
And governments, if you like it or not, for better or worse, are about control. And the day any government says, yeah, there's a higher power, these guys are coming down here, and, basically they're running the show, but don't forget to pay your taxes, you know? I know the day they tell me they're not running the show is the day I stop paying my taxes. You know what I'm saying? So why would any government ever disclose anything?
Exactly.
And because when they do, now there's no control. And so I always, I love the guy. What's his name? The guy from Rochester, New York, Richard Dolan.
Oh.
I love the guy to
Richie.
death. Don't get me wrong, I love Richard Dolan, but he goes off on disclosure like the government, owes us a favor. They're gonna just tell us, yeah, here they are. But when it comes to that, I've never heard anyone describe it better than the guy who's on Ancient Aliens, Giorgio Tsoukalos, I think it is. Giorgio, the guy with the crazy hair. You know who I'm talking about?
The Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, the guy with the really tall hair.
Yeah, he's got the crazy hair.
Yeah.
And what he has always said is when they do make a presence, or if they do make a presence, it'll be what you least expect, if you can kind of understand that. Like, what are the chances? How many times have you heard this? Oh, they're going to land on the White House lawn, right? They're going to land on the White House. I think if I was traveling, just for instance, they come from another planet, or I don't think I'd be landing in Washington,
right,
on the White House lawn. I'd probably be landing in Dr. Michio Kaku's yard. Stanton Friedman, if he was still alive.
The people that actually understand it and want to take the time to learn more about it.
Or even Richard Dolan. I'd probably land in Rochester, New York, and talk to him. If I hit this little button that says chat, will I see something?
Yeah, you'll see everyone that's talking.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh, what happened? Did it just mess up the screen?
Nope, you didn't screw anything up on our end.
Oh, boy, I screwed it up on mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just hit the back button.
Oh, where the hell's the back? Oh, man, there's an X up in the corner. I don't want to hit that, I don't think. Wait, let me tap the screen and see what happens here. Uh-oh.
That might work. That X might work.
Blurry. Oh, that X up in the right-hand corner?
Yeah, that might work.
If it don't, you can just jump back on if you take yourself out.
Yeah, if anything bad happens, you can always just hit that link that I sent you and it'll bring you right back in here.
Okay, I'm going to try and hit this X and see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back again. The only thing I'm having a hard time, I can't see the chat room, but that's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with the mobile version.
Oh.
And Eddie's on an iPad right now, so.
Okay. Yeah, that's one thing I can't seem to do here is get the chat room. I hit the chat button, but what happened? The whole screen.
That's okay. They're just having a conversation in the chat, trying to figure out where you're from, New York or Boston or something.
Oh, I got no problem telling people where I'm from. I'm from New Hampshire. I'm right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts border, and my family has basically lived right here since 1624.
1624.
I can definitely hear the Massachusetts
accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. One. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, the nut didn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, we basically landed. My family landed here. It was like 1624, and we had some of the first businesses here in the New World. Merchants, seamen. Not far from Salem, Mass, which basically back in those days was the biggest seaport on the East Coast. Anything and everything that went out of this country went in and out through Salem, Mass. New York wasn't even established,
Wow.
And,
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's something to think about.
Basically, Salem was the cultural center of the New World. From,
Did you say Salem?
Salem, Mass, yeah.
Okay.
from say early 1600s up until about 1850. Salem was really it. It was the cultural center of the East Coast here. And the other thing I'd make a comment about Salem is, people think of Salem, Mass. They think of witches, which was a very small part of the history of Salem. It was something that lasted just a few years. But as far as tourism goes, that's what it's all about today. They advertise, the witches and Halloween's a fiasco in Salem. But really, Salem, Mass was, the cultural center. The New World leaders lived in Salem. Salem holds a lot of secrets. It was all about sailing ships and seamen. And trade. Spice trade was huge. A lot of things were exported out of Salem, furniture and lumber. And things were brought in with spices and things from the Far East, Sumatra. And, it was all about the trade. And there's another thing about Salem I'd like to mention that very few people know. But there are tunnels all over Salem, underground tunnels. And a lot of them were related to smugglers. There was a lot of smuggling going on back in the day. And things
Have you seen the tunnels or been in them?
I haven't been in the tunnels personally, but I know people who have seen part of them. I saw one that was exposed one time. It was about 5 years ago. They were building a building in Salem. And for many years, I'm a lifelong sailor. I used to moor my boat in Salem. And one day I was going through Salem, and they were digging up a foundation for a new courthouse. And they exposed one of those tunnels. A lot of them got broken up when it was time to put sewer lines in and utilities. A lot of them got destroyed, but there are bits and pieces still under Salem.
Wow.
And a lot of them were used. There was a lot of wealthy people. Like I said, it was the cultural center of America. And a lot of these tunnels went from house to house, mansion to mansion, down to the edge of the water. And a lot of them were used to hide money and to smuggle things. Whether it's part of Salem that not many people know. But I'm a lifelong sailor, so I kept a boat moored in Salem Harbor. And up until a couple of years ago where it just got too much for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a nice little slope, So
That's cool.
I've been sailing since I was a kid. It's 6 years old I was sailing.
Wow, that's cool.
So, it's just my passion, so to speak.
That's cool. I don't think I've ever talked to anybody that's been a sailor before, or that has sailed like that.
Yeah, and
definitely
like I
not for that
said,
long.
the family's been here a long time, and a lot of seamen, a lot of merchants, a lot of Navy men. My father was in World War II on an aircraft carrier. My grandfather was in World War II on a battleship. I had another uncle in the Navy. I had two other uncles in the Navy during World War II.
So your grandpa and your father were both in World War II at the same time, just on different ships. That's pretty amazing. That you don't hear too often.
At the same time, the other son was a combat medic in the Army who landed at Omaha Beach. The first wave. Yeah.
We owe your family a huge thanks for their service, buddy.
I was going to say, very patriotic family.
Oh, yes. Very, very. We love our country. No one loved the country more than my father. He passed away last spring.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
It was a tough time. Let me see, what else was I going to say here? Any thoughts? Anything anyone wants to contribute here?
Very knowledgeable so far. You have a lot of. I can tell that you're just like an encyclopedia of knowledge. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And you were worried about following Strat.
Really.
Okay. You're making me feel a little more comfortable. And if anyone in the chat room didn't hear this, I've never ever been on a conference call.
Yeah, this is his first time even on a video chat or anything.
Chat or anything.
You're awesome, man.
Yeah. People are lucky to get me on the telephone.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Eddie was telling me how rare it was to make a phone call back when he was younger. Like a phone
Yeah.
call was a 6 mile walk away.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll touch base on that. And because I'm older, I grew up in a time where we didn't have this technology, and I actually lived in places where we didn't even have phones. I used to live in a place we had electricity, but we didn't have a bathroom, and I had an outhouse. You had to
Yeah,
go outside in the middle of the winter, and if you wanted to make a phone call, you're talking a 6 mile drive to a post office and a payphone with a pocket full of nickels and dimes. So talking about being out of touch, and that was completely normal. People look at that today and say, "Oh my God, living without a," they lose their phone, right, Chad?
that's right.
And it's the end of the world.
Yep. Back then, it was that's just how you lived.
Yeah,
Everything was normal.
yeah. Well, if you want, Chad, you can pop up that picture of the yellow house, and I'll tell you about a little ghost encounter I had with a young spirit. If you want to start off, I thought, yeah, right here. Now, this house you're looking at is in Marblehead, Mass. And anyone unfamiliar with the area, there's only one way to get to Marblehead. It's a peninsula that sticks out in the ocean, and the only way to get to it is to go through Salem. Every road in and out goes through Salem, so it's a very small. At one time, it was sailing ships and trade and fishermen, and today it's a very close knit little village. It's pretty. It's very similar to Salem, except
what
there's
is
more
what's
residential.
the little house in front of the bigger one?
That's like a storage shed or a
Okay.
small garage.
Okay.
Now this is an old colonial. Now this house was probably built either the late 1800s or the early 1900s. And this is a house I was doing some rehab in for a lot of years. I was in the construction business. And I was actually subcontracting myself to a general contractor, and I was going in there to put in some thermal efficient windows. Beautiful little house, but the heat's running right out of the building. So anyway, I was in there doing a rehab job, and we arrived one morning, me and my pal, my partner, and you take a building like this, it was built before building codes, and staircases are steep and narrow, stuff like that. And so what we had to do, one of the first things we had to do, we had to get 4 windows up the staircase. We were going to be doing 4 windows on some bedrooms up there. And the staircase you had to walk through a very narrow door. Then you had to take a right angle, 90 degrees, and go up a very steep, narrow staircase. So I said to my partner, I said, geez, we're going to have to disassemble these windows, take the sashes out of the frames, carry them up in pieces, because we just couldn't swing the corner with the window in one piece. So going up the staircase was the first window. I'm carrying 2 sashes, which are the parts that have the glass in them. My partner's behind me with the frame for the first window. And I get about 2 or 3 steps from the top of the staircase. And there's a little boy standing there. And I said to him, and because he was a couple steps higher than me, I'm basically looking right at his waist. And what he's wearing is, if you're familiar with AC/DC, Angus Young, the little shorts,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, the one
like
that.
little schoolboy shorts.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a pair of those on. Maybe a little longer, so they were down maybe further to his knees. And 2 straps over the shoulder, and 2 brass buttons on the front of these little schoolboy pants. And I'm looking basically right at his waist. And I'm looking at these 2 little brass buttons. And he's got kind of a quizzical look on his face. And I look at his face, and he's got what would be considered a page boy haircut. Are you familiar with a page boy haircut?
Nope.
But it's kind of like when you have bangs hanging down in front. It's basically the
Okay.
haircut. It's a haircut that was probably popular in the 1800s, where it was you basically take a bowl, stick it on a kid's head, and cut around the edges.
Oh yeah, bowl cut. We used to call those bowl cuts.
Yeah, So, but a page boy haircut. And so I said to the kid, I go, "Hey, little buddy," I said, "we really got to get up there. We got some new windows." And the kid broke into like a little smile, and I watched him scamper up the stairs and right down a little hall, and then go into a door, which I assumed was probably the kid's bedroom. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. And so me and my partner both saw the little boy. We really, right away, I said to myself, geez, it's kind of first of all, he had the little Angus Young pants on, but he had no shoes. He had no shirt. That's all he had on. It was just this little pair of shorts. And I noticed his little haircut. And, me and my partner both saw the little kid run down the hall. And so we go back down the stairs, and I'm saying to my partner as we're walking back out to the truck to get another window, I said, geez, we got a little kid running around up there. We better grab a couple drop cloths, wrap this stuff up. We don't want the kid to go, be playing around with the stuff. He's like, yeah, okay. So, we go back up. We carried all the stuff up. We probably had to make 4 trips because I think we had to take each window up individually. And then we went, we basically just put the stuff up there because we weren't going to be working up there right away. We were going to be working in a kitchen, doing a window over a sink. And so as the day progressed, it was probably about 11 o'clock, and we had just wrapping up that first window over the kitchen sink. The homeowner came up to us and goes, geez, you guys are doing a great job. I'm going to buy you guys some lunch. And, not only were we in the building doing the windows, but there was some other subcontractors doing some other stuff. And so there was probably altogether I think there was maybe 6 guys working in the building. So it's lunchtime. He buys us all sandwiches, and we're all sitting around on an outside patio. And the homeowners are kind of giving us a little, we haven't lived here very long, and kind of giving us a little rundown on the building, a little bit of the history that they knew of. And he was saying how at one time there was a barn attached to the house that had burned down in a fire. And in casual conversation, the 2 homeowners told us they had no children.
Oh.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
And me and my partner looked at each other. And I'm sure my eyes were as big as his saucers. And we just had a chill run through us.
Yeah.
Like, they have no kids.
If you don't have kids, who did I see?
Right. I mean, this kid was so real. It wasn't like I was seeing through him.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was floating through the air.
Mm-hmm.
This little boy was on the stairs, and, I talked to this little boy. So anyway, after lunch, me and my buddy, his name was Mike, and take a walk upstairs and kind of see where this little kid went. So anyway, what I thought was probably his bedroom, I opened the door. It was a linen closet, and it had shelves that came right out to the door jamb. And the whole closet was filled with like blankets and toiletries, and sheets and towels. There would have been no room for this kid to even go in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was basically a closet that was like 1.5 feet deep, with shelves. And I'll tell you what, it was really crazy.
And that's the one that you saw him go into?
Yeah, this is the room I saw him go into, which I thought was a bedroom. But once I got up there and examined the situation,
it's just a shallow closet.
It was just a little shallow closet that he went into.
Oh, wow.
Man.
And so we were there the next day also. We never saw him again. But I think in a way, there's you can only speculate why his spirit was still in the building. But in a way, I think he was the look he gave me, it was kind of like he wanted to make sure we were, how can I describe it? He kind of wanted to get an assurance that we were there to do something right.
Positive.
Positive, yeah.
Yep. Then he gave you a little grin when he found out that...
Right. He broke into like a little grin or a smile and dashed up the stairs, and into
Wow,
that
that's
room.
awesome.
Yeah, it was very special. That story, it's an experience. It was touching to me. If you want me to tell you another little story about a construction job, I can tell you another one that's kind of interesting. If you want to put up that little one-room schoolhouse, Chad.
Yeah, let me see here. I was gonna do it this way where you just pull them up where it's over our faces, but I'm gonna pull it up a different way so
Yeah,
that
you
we
can
can.
do it any way you want. I just wanted people to see, basically, I know when, like, Dave mentioned it last night. I just happened to jump on late night, and he was talking about reading a book and how he envisions the book in his mind.
Yep.
So it's good for people to try and. I hope people can follow me. Okay, did I
So far, you're
describe
doing
that?
great. You're doing really good.
Okay, I
You're
just
doing
want to be
awesome,
able
buddy.
to. If for some reason you don't understand something, just stop me and I'll try
Yeah.
to explain it better.
Okay.
But here I was on another remodeling job, and basically it was an older couple, and they had bought a one-room schoolhouse. This is not exactly the one-room schoolhouse, but it is very, very close. And if you see those big windows on the side, they bought it. It was all remodeled. It was beautiful, but one thing the building was lacking. It had these monstrous thermal inefficient windows. So I was going in there actually to reduce the openings, put smaller thermal efficient windows in. They were still going to be big, but not that big. But that's a very good picture of what it looked like. The windows were just too big to be practical for a home. Uh, for instance, the sash was so big, the lady of the house couldn't even lift it.
Oh.
So something had to be done.
Yep.
They were losing a lot of heat. But it had been remodeled, and there was a beautiful fireplace in the center. So it was throwing heat 360 degrees. It was beautiful.
Hmm.
In the far end, where the teacher's desk would be, and the chalkboard, was a beautiful kitchen and a bathroom. And then as you walked in, it was all open concept, big living room. It was gorgeous, but it just needed windows. So anyway, we were in there, and the first day, and lady of the house was watching us work and everything. It was me and the same guy, my pal, and doing the windows, and we had a nice conversation with the lady. A lot of times when you're a contractor, you get someone looking over your shoulder. It's kind of uncomfortable. But this lady, she was more lonely, and it was casual conversation. And once she saw one or two windows finished, she was so impressed that she really was very happy with the job. So I think we were on the second day of the job, and we were working away. We were probably on window number 4 or 5, and she had one of her friends come over, and I forget, but they were talking to us and talking amongst themselves, and the lady of the house brought up that she had been seeing a little girl, a spirit, floating over the floor. She could see her whole body, and the little girl was holding a shoe in her hand, like a little patent leather shoe. And the lady said to us that when they moved in the house, there was a closet. There was actually an upstairs bedroom where the teacher would have slept originally years ago, because the teacher actually used to live in the schoolhouse. But she said in a closet, in a box, she found this little patent leather shoe. And she walked over to the kitchen table, and on the kitchen table, she picked up this little patent leather shoe. And she says, this was in the box in the closet upstairs. And the little girl is holding the shoe in her hand. It looks just like this one. She goes, I've seen this little girl 5 or 6 times. They had lived there for about a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, oh, interesting, And she says, yeah. And I said, she goes, she put it back on the kitchen table, and she goes, I leave it right here because I think the little girl is looking for her shoe.
Oh, wow.
So the day come and went, and we went back, and we were going in there for the last time, and we were on the last window of the house, and we it was somewhere around lunchtime, and I busted out the window, took it out, and I'm getting ready to rip out the old buck frame, I looked down between the studs and the buck frame, excuse me, of the window, and lo and behold, I reached in, I pulled out a little patent leather shoe out of the wall. It was the exact match to the one
Out of the wall?
to the one sitting on the table. I turned to the lady. Her husband was coming in right. Her husband basically caught her from hitting the floor. She almost died. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I shocked her to death. Excuse me a second. Yeah, little patent leather shoe. So maybe I put that spirit to rest. You know, maybe that was the shoe she was looking for.
Wow, that gave me goosebumps.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
And how that shoe got in the wall, who knows? You know, maybe back in the day, some kid was playing a prank on the little girl when it was the schoolhouse, and may have dropped that shoe into a hole in the wall, or who knows? But anyway, I pulled that little shoe out. And, the lady was quite surprised.
That's amazing. Yeah, it could have even been her. Maybe the little girl was playing with her shoe and accidentally dropped it or something.
That's possible.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was a little shoe. You know, it had the how would you describe it? They had back then shoes. They didn't have laces. They had like buttons. You know? I'd have to, if I had to guess on the shoe, I'd have to say early 1800s, or mid 1800s maybe.
Yeah.
If I had to put an age on it.
That's such a cool story.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So it wasn't one that I actually saw the ghost, but I think I may have put the ghost to ease.
Yeah.
And another thing, you know, everything's unanswered in this world, but, you know, we really don't know why some people stay and some people leave. You know, why was that little boy still living in that house in Marblehead?
Yeah.
Why was this little girl still in the one-room schoolhouse? Whereas other people, you know, they go to the other side. And do some people become trapped? I don't know. You know, we can only hypothesize, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder if it has something to do with younger and older souls. Like maybe
that. And back then, if you had a pair of shoes to wear to school, you probably weren't allowed to come home without them. That's what I think a lot. You know, like I can't go without my shoe. You know, no matter where she was supposed to go, she wasn't supposed to go there without her shoes. You know, yeah.
That's a very good point.
So you might have sent her home, man, after you found that shoe in the wall.
That's very possible. That's very interesting.
That's a good point. Wow. So cool how everything connects. Amazing.
I got one other little ghost encounter, if you want to. I have a picture, Chad. I don't know if you can pop it up or not, but it kind of shows what looks like a road with a rock on the right-hand side.
Let me see.
Kind of wet.
Oh, yep. That's the first one I just pulled up.
Picture?
Yep, I'll pull that up.
See if we can pull this little picture up.
Is that the one right there?
That's the road, yeah.
Okay. I'm already intrigued.
Okay. Now, back in the day, this was the road.
I was going to say, I can actually see the bricks. I mean, the rocks that are placed there. That's how they used to make old roads back in the 1700s.
Right.
Yeah, cobblestone roads.
Yeah.
The road that replaced this one has a route number.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So that's how old this road is. And this road is a long way from anything. It's on the banks of a lake not far from my house. And there's a park. There's a park about a mile away. If you kept on walking down this road, there is a park, and they do reenactments there a lot. Sometimes you'll see they'll have like a Civil War reenactment, or they'll have a Revolutionary War reenactment. A lot of times Indian tribes have powwows there. And one day I was walking around this lake, which I do almost every day. And this is Let me think how long ago this was. Oh, it was probably 7 or 8 years ago. And here come two ladies walking towards me, and they're wearing long skirts with undergarments. They have these large hats on their head. They have parasols, which, if you're familiar with a parasol, would be like a sun umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
And did they look out of place? Absolutely. But knowing that they do reenactments at a park about a mile further down the road, it's rough going. And I said it didn't seem, it definitely seemed out of place, but
Yeah.
it wasn't out of the possibility that there could have been something going on at this park. So as I'm walking to them, I'm almost to this rock right here, and the two ladies are coming right at me, and I tipped my cap and I smiled and said hello. And these two ladies walked by me like they didn't even acknowledge me, which I thought was pretty peculiar.
Didn't even look at you or acknowledge that you were even on? Okay.
Acknowledge me in any shape or form.
Wow.
So I had to look back over my shoulder, and I watched these two ladies vaporize.
Ooh.
They just
Oh my
disappeared.
God.
I could see right through them, and they were gone.
Wow. So when they walked past you, they were solid.
They were
Completely
solid
solid,
as solid
real.
could be. Right.
Okay.
They were solid. In fact, they were in period dress, everything down to the shoes. I could see the undergarments. Like back in the day, they would wear, I don't know what you'd call them, but like a dress under a dress, like a white thing under the dress. I could see that when they walked because it was flapping, and I could see the big hats and the parasols.
Yeah. Looked
it was
very out of place.
It was crazy. I'd have to say if I could put a finger on it, it was something some would wear right around 1900. That's how they used to dress back then.
Yeah.
It was a sin to show your ankles. Somebody, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my 3 ghost encounters right there. We just ran right through them.
So you never made any type of connection after that with who
I
those?
never did. I never did. I think a lot of times, like I mentioned in chat earlier, I think sometimes I have such an open mind. I have a lot of Native American heritage. I think sometimes I just see things other people don't.
Yeah.
I just have that funny feeling that, I think some of the things that have happened to me, I'm going to go into a couple of cryptid encounters. And, I think there might be a little link there to my heritage, as far as Native American goes.
It's crazy how many people have experiences that do have Native American heritage in their background.
Right. In fact, your buddy Josh, he's a seer, More times I'm thinking something and then he starts saying it.
He was talking about you earlier. He said, I like this guy.
Oh, I love Josh. I think he's great. Listen, when you have Josh on, he's always got something substantial. And one thing I love about Josh, he's always got photo evidence.
Yeah. Oh, you're making him smile right now. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, I love Josh very much. Is he in here?
He's working out right now, but he's listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So he can hear you.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's awesome. Check out Trippy Times podcast. He's starting up on YouTube. He's another one that you'll be one of a handful of subscribers starting out.
And like I said before, my family's been here since 1624, so you're talking about 150 years before this was even a country.
It's amazing.
So, a lot of Native Americans. I have a family Bible that's humongous. And there's a lot of Native Americans in my heritage. My my mother's grandmother was Abenaki Indian, which is a tribe you find in New Hampshire, Vermont, the White and Green Mountains.
Hey, Eddie, I hate to be this guy, but we're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. The microphone that's on the wire, if you could somehow just hold that in your hand and hold it back, kind of like you're holding a mic to your face.
Am I, what kind of noise is it making? Is it like the cords moving?
No, it's just quiet like this. It just sounds like you're sounds like you're this, like you're a little far away from your microphone.
You want me to turn up my volume, maybe?
No, that's only gonna affect the volume in your ears. If you do that, I've got your volume on your microphone over here turned all the way up. It just sometimes we hear you pretty good like this, and then sometimes it's a little quieter like that, where it just.
Maybe I got too far away.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit too far away from the mic.
Is that
It sounds good again.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah, that's much better.
All right. I think I leaned back a little.
Yeah, no problem. It happens. I do it too.
Yeah. Oh, if anyone's curious, that avatar right there, that's me at 3 years old on a Harley.
Is it showing up for you, Sonny?
No, I don't see it, buddy.
Oh, you don't see the avatar?
No, something went wrong, and now it's just the stock photo.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, the avatar went away when before the show started when we were messing around with stuff, but it went away, I think.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking at the picture. No one else sees.
Well, that sucks. I guess it. Oh yeah, remember when you removed yourself accidentally and it came back in?
Oh, geez, I'd hate to go pushing buttons right now.
I'm gonna click it and then click it again and see if it works. Nope. Okay.
What do you got? A picture of Eddie Haskell?
No, I've got a picture of just like the stock photo that.
There's no picture.
Yeah, there's no picture on there at all.
Oh, there's no picture at all.
No.
You want me to try? I can try it, Chad. See if we can.
Yeah, we can try it.
All right. I just didn't want to lose you. That's all. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, edit audio avatar.
we went through this before, but for some reason the.
Did that do anything? No.
Nope. Still shows just the stock one.
Okay, let's try one more time.
I wish I could change it on my end, but I can't.
Okay, a second. Whoops. I don't think that's right.
I can edit your mic settings.
Whoop. You still got me?
Yeah, I still hear you.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, we wouldn't be.
I don't dare play with it too much. I'll probably screw it up.
No, it's okay. It's not changing anything on our end.
Well, for some reason, before I could get to my pictures, but now it doesn't seem to want to let me.
I wonder if it's because we're live. Or no, we were live
Maybe.
before.
Well, anyway, it is what it is, I guess. What do you got? A picture of me or a picture of nothing?
Just a picture of nothing. It's just a white circle. Unfortunately.
Oh, wow. I wish I could help that, but
Hey,
I probably have to hit.
you might have to hit remove, like remove yourself from the studio and then come back in.
If I hit leave
Yeah, and then make sure you click the link to come back in.
and then go back and click the link to come back in,
Yes, sir.
you want me to give it a shot?
Sure, if you'd
Or
like
you-
to. I mean, it
Well,
doesn't.
it doesn't make a difference to me. I just
Yeah,
thought,
it doesn't make a difference to us either. I mean, we can still hear you and stuff, so
all right, hell with it. We'll stay on.
we'll figure it out next time.
Yeah, well, there was a little picture of me on a Harley when I was 3 years old. But it'd been nice for people to see it, but oh well.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I don't have it in the pictures that you sent me either.
No, I didn't send it. I found it this morning and threw it up there. I think Chad saw it earlier, but
Yeah, I saw it
Chad's
earlier.
Chad's the only one who's going to see it, I guess.
Well, sorry about that. It's that's definitely a StreamYard issue because if you can see it on your end, it should show it on our end, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's just a glitch that's going on with this.
And the other thing I got, like I said, the chat room, I can't seem to see the chat. I'm going to try just for the hell of it. I'm going to hit chat and see what happens. No.
Now, there's probably two options. There might be comments and chat. Private chat, there's going to be nothing in there because we haven't. That's just between me, Sonny, and you that can see that.
Oh yeah. I just got on the chat, but
So you should be able to see.
But unfortunately, it's taken up my whole screen. I can't see anyone but the chat.
Yeah,
Huh.
does that on the phone.
It does that on the phone too?
Yeah.
iPads, right? Okay, screw it. I am looking at the chat.
Yeah,
Just gotta go with it.
They're being respectful. They're not saying anything. If they say anything, I'll pull it up for you.
Oh, I've got no problem with that. Someone wants to goof on me. I'm pretty
See, like,
easy go.
I can do this where I can pull up the
Oh
comment.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I was just curious, if anyone had a question or anything.
Good morning, Sherry.
If I saw someone asking a question, I'd say it, but unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, if I see any questions, I'll pull those up too. If you guys have any questions in the chat room for Eddie. His family been here since 1624?
1624, exactly.
That is amazing.
All right. Now, I'd like to move into a little bit of cryptid, but first of all, I'd like to give you the unbiased cryptid report with Eddie Haskell.
I like that.
All right.
Okay, and this is something that I just saw on the news just about the past couple days. And first of all, right up here, this is all local news. We had a lady mauled by a sheep.
Mauled by a sheep?
A lady mauled by a sheep. That was the headline. Now, what did he do? He take those little sheep claws?
Yeah.
When
I hear mauled, I think bit. and yeah, scratched up.
Those little sheep claws will get you every time. But
guess
this
so.
lady actually died. She worked at this farm not far from here. And from what I understand, even though she had been working with this sheep or sheeps, is the plural, I guess, sheeps, I think the thing started bashing her, head-butting her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she died. Yeah, she was actually killed by the sheep, and this is someplace where she worked.
I've had one run me off the farm before and into the barn. A male sheep. We used to call him Rodney the Ram, and you did not want to tangle with him, man. The sheep would hurt you. They don't just headbutt you. They get a running start and dive into you full speed. It's not a regular headbutt. If they hit you, it's gonna take you out. And if they keep doing it, it can kill you.
I know. I just saw oracles pop up. Hi, oracles. How you doing? My scariest experience, I touched base with Chad. I didn't even want to go there today because it's just too much to cover. But maybe on another day, we're going to talk about an abduction. That was by far my scariest experience.
Leave everybody on the edge of their seat.
Absolutely. I touched base, Chad, and it was a life changer. I'm lucky to be here. We'll have to go into that at another time.
Yeah, we can definitely do that next time, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, so, okay, back to the cryptid news. Yesterday, in Massachusetts, Western Mass, somebody caught an alligator. We don't have alligators in Massachusetts.
Nope. That'd be like finding one here in Michigan.
Right. And not only that, there's snow on the ground.
Yeah.
And it was in the Westfield River. If you're familiar with Massachusetts, probably not, but it's the western part of the state, and it's kind of over near the New York border. And it was about a 4-foot alligator, I guess.
Holy smokes!
There's one. There should be more.
I've heard.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I've heard of people. I actually even had a friend that tried raising one, and we were all telling him like, those get big. Like it's not gonna fit in your fish tank forever. Your 100-gallon fish tank he's gonna outgrow that, and unfortunately I think that's what people do is they just grow them until they can't feed them anymore or deal with them anymore, and they let them outside.
Yeah, I think that's my best guess would be, someone probably got this thing and had it as a pet, got out of control. But I guess over the last couple of weeks that there's been some fishermen that had seen it. They reported it to the police. Police kind of blew them off, I guess, probably clubbed them or something. And then this one guy actually showed up with it. He actually caught it. Okay, let me see. I got another one. Oh, I got another one. This one here. This was just, I think it was the day before yesterday. This is insane. This was the headline. It was Lady Mauled by 40-pound raccoon
Ooh,
while
Holy
hanging
smokes.
Christmas lights. She was hanging her Christmas lights when she got attacked by a 40-pound raccoon. And they showed a picture of her, and she was a mess. She was all scraped up. The thing ended up on top of her head.
Oh
yeah.
no.
She had
Yeah, they're
scrapes all
mean.
over her. And not only was she tore up, she had 3 broken ribs.
Woo.
What? She fall
Yeah.
off a
Off a
roof or
ladder?
something?
Well, she was hanging Christmas lights, so I'm thinking maybe she fell and broke
Oh
her
no.
ribs during the attack.
That is just not what you think's gonna happen. You just think you're gonna go out there like Clark Griswold and hang up some lights. Everything's
Yeah.
gonna be fine and dandy.
Yeah,
That thing's living in your attic and you're pounding on its house, it's going to come out and get you.
Oh,
there
maybe
you
that's
go.
what was
There
going
you
on.
go.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't mess around with their homes.
Absolutely.
Jeez,
And yeah, so it's been a cryptid week up here.
I guess so. I like
and
your
I
unbiased cryptic report with Eddie Haskell.
Yeah.
I like that.
We're going to make you come on and do that every week.
That's what he's hoping for.
Oh yeah,
We'll have to do
I
that.
got one more for you in the cryptid report.
Mm-hmm.
This is about 3 or 4 days ago. I saw this. There's a lot of chickens around here. Okay, a lot of people have chickens, for the eggs and things.
Yeah.
And a man reported a dog stealing his chickens. And the next day, a different man reported a man stealing his chickens.
Huh.
So somewhere on the loose up here, we have a man dog, or maybe a dog man,
A dog man.
Yep.
but something stealing chickens.
Now, wouldn't that be interesting? It's a dog man stealing people's chickens.
Imagine that. But that was all that was on the news just this past few days.
Wow. It's been a
Animal
crazy
related.
week over there on the East Coast.
It has been. And, things are getting really weird,
Huh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And we're going to have to follow that chicken stealing story.
Yes, I'm going to keep an eye on that. Yeah.
Got
If
dog
something
man
else
running.
pops up.
Yeah.
Let
Huh.
me see what else we got here.
Well, I like that. I wasn't expecting the unbiased cryptic report.
Yeah, I thought I'd throw
Yeah,
that in
it's
there.
awesome.
For you.
This is good, man.
I like that.
Yeah, you don't want to copy anybody, right?
That's right. And we don't get
We
the
gotta-
news from Massachusetts here.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Let me see. I had
Yeah.
a couple notes here. I was seeing.
You
if
and
there was
Sonny are
something.
complete opposite sides of the country. That's crazy.
Mhm.
That's
He's
exactly
looking at one
right.
ocean, I'm looking at the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on the ocean. Of course, one thing I've never had is a cryptid experience on the ocean, thank God. I did have a big seal one time come up behind my boat, but that's about my sailboat, but that was about the height of it. I haven't had too many. I almost went overboard one time out in the ocean.
Oh no.
Yeah. There was one time I was sailing off Gloucester, and I had it on auto. I don't know if you're familiar with Gloucester, Mass, but it's basically a peninsula that sits out in the ocean. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
we
I
can
just
hear
wanted
you.
to make sure, because I moved a little bit. I'm trying to keep my head still. Gloucester, Mass is an old fishing village, similar to Marblehead. It's about, I think it's about 40 miles north of Boston. Kind of sits. It's actually an island that sticks out in the ocean. And I was solo sailing, which I used to do a lot of. It was all by myself. I had it on autopilot. So this boat's sailing due east, and I'm about 5 miles offshore, I guess. And I came out of the cabin. I had just mixed a drink. I came out of the cabin, got hit by a big wave, and almost went right over the side.
Oh, gee,
And I
holding
caught.
your drink.
I almost went right over the stern. Okay. And I
Did
was
you spill your
half-
drink? Or did you say
Yes, I did spill my drink. And I was half out of the boat, and thank God for my physical abilities, I reached back and grabbed the tiller, control the boat.
Mm-hmm.
and I managed to pull myself back into the boat. But I had no life
Oh,
preserver on. I had no safety harness, no nothing. I was 5 miles offshore,
Oh,
and
you were out there by yourself?
all by myself. Yeah, and after that, I started wearing the harness.
Yeah.
You know.
That'll scare you into changing
Oh
your
yeah,
ways.
yeah. And like I said, thank God for my physical abilities because someone else that probably would have been gone.
Mm, that's
In
scary.
pretty good shape. Yeah.
A ghost ship.
Well, yeah. If you want to, we can move on to the state of Maine,
Okay.
where I've
Let's do
spent
it.
quite a bit of time in my life. Um, in Maine, I've lived in Maine also. I'm an Air Force veteran. I was stationed in Maine for a while at a place called Loring Air Force Base. If you looked on a map of Maine, it's the very tippity top. Caribou, Maine, Limestone, Maine. It's the last town before the Canadian border at the very top of Maine.
Okay.
And I lived up there for a few years when I was in the service.
Is it as beautiful as
And
everyone says it is?
oh, it's nice. Up there is really barren.
Mm.
But my family has also had property in central Maine on a lake. And I've been lucky enough to keep that in the family. I still own it.
Oh, great.
And
that's
what
awesome.
we had was a small cabin up there on the side of a lake. If you want to pop up a picture, Chad,
Yeah.
you'll see a picture of a lake, and it'll show like a gray building on the left, maybe a hand railing.
Let me see.
It'll show the lake and a building to the
Oh, yep.
left.
All right. Let me
Maybe
pull
just
that
like a
up.
porch staircase or something there. Yeah, that's it. All right. Now this is a lake. It's my it was my parents originally, and if you can look far across that lake, as far as you can see, my uncle had a camp over there. So these two camps been in the family since the 50s. And believe it or not, when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, I was actually in this camp at about 3 o'clock in the morning,
Oh, wow.
watching him step out. The first step on the moon is where I was. Back in those days, you're talking 1969. And there's no such thing as cable TV. You had an antenna.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny, how old are you? Are you old enough to remember?
Oh yeah, I was born in '74. I've had to stand and
Okay.
hold the antenna many times so people could see the TV.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
this, you
Used to
got one
have.
hand on the antenna and one arm up in the air. Sometimes
Right,
hold
right.
foil.
Okay. I know that older people would understand what I'm talking about. Younger people, they never knew that you had to have an antenna to watch television. But back in 1969, most televisions were the size of a refrigerator. They were full of tubes. And the picture screen was probably about 15 by 15 inches. It was probably a big screen, and the thing would
Yep.
be monstrous. It'd probably take two people to carry it out of the house. But anyway, that's where I was when they landed on the moon. I was right in this little building. And I had two cryptid encounters up here. And one of them was witnessed by other people, and one of them was with me and another guy. And basically, what we had here, I'm going to tell you the first one. This is where we're going to talk about what I can only describe it as a half otter, half dog. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I did send Chad some different pictures. For years, before the internet, I would be going looking in books trying to find out what did I see, and I could never actually find anything that resembled what I saw that day. And only recently, within the last year, believe it or not, I was on Spaced Out Radio one night, and we're talking about cryptids, and I mentioned a half otter, half dog. And some lady jumped on right away and said there was a mythical creature in Ireland called, if I probably pronounced it wrong, but I think it was like Doha Shu. I don't have it written down.
Yeah, and when you typed it in the email, it was I had a hard time pronouncing it too.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how to pronounce it, but this Doha Shu or Doha Ru or whatever the hell it was.
Uh huh.
I guess Doha in ancient Irish means water, and Shu or Ru or whatever the hell it was means dog. So I guess the ancient translation is water dog. And I just like to say, I mean, I have seen some. I don't know about you, Sonny. I know they have otters on the West Coast. How big do those otters get?
Uh, they're no bigger. A regular freshwater otter is no bigger than like a weenie dog, maybe.
So you're talking about how length?
Maybe 15 to 20 inches.
Wow, that's small.
Yeah, that's a freshwater. The saltwater otters are pretty big. They're bigger, twice that size.
How, how big does the saltwater?
Probably 3 feet long. They start
Okay,
looking like little seals then.
okay. Now, one thing we do have up here, you wouldn't think they'd be this big, but we do have some good-sized otters. And just last summer, not far from where I showed you that picture of the road where I saw the two ladies walking and they disappeared, not very far from there, I saw an otter that was 4.5 feet long, easy. And it's not uncommon. This lake that we're looking at right now, I have seen otters on this lake. You know, you're talking 4.5 feet long. You know, they get pretty big, the freshwater otters in New England. But they're very, you know, they don't attack people, and they're very friendly. They kind of have like a round head, small teeth. You know, they're eating fish. You know, but every now and then you see one get out of the water and be running around. They can get pretty big. Like I saw one right down where here in New Hampshire where I showed that picture of the road there where
Yeah.
the ladies were walking, and I saw it go across the road there, not far from there. And because I knew the width of the road and saw it run across, I estimated the otter at 4.5 feet anyway. You know, so it can get pretty big. But so there was a day I was it was August, I believe it was 1972, and I was at this camp with my family, brothers and sisters and parents. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I decided I was going to go swimming. But instead of swimming out here in front of this camp,
Mm-hmm.
what I would do, well, let me describe the area a little bit for you. First of all, this lake probably has 50 miles of shoreline. And back in the 60s and 70s, there wasn't 10 camps on this lake.
Oh wow.
People would use them in the summertime. Some of them were used for duck hunting. None of them were year round. This was a very barren spot. And this spot right here is the place where I was mentioning to Chad. If I wanted to make a phone call, you were talking 6 miles, to make a phone call. You'd have to go down to the post office. On the other side of this lake, as far as you can see in this picture, there was a small little center of town. Had like a little drugstore, a little grocery store that had a wooden floor. It wasn't much bigger than today's 7-Eleven. That's how small the grocery store was.
Yeah.
There was a little place that sold. There was a little variety store. There wasn't much, and basically, 10, 15 miles in every direction. All there was cornfields, potato fields, dairy farms, and so you're talking very remote here. And so there was a popular place to swim. It was kind of like and like I said, we didn't have phones. You couldn't call up your pal down at the farm, hey, meet me down here or whatever.
Yeah.
And so we would basically just walk out of the house and hopefully you ran into one of your pals. So it was a Sunday afternoon and we were going to be going home back, at the time, Massachusetts. We were going to be leaving late in the afternoon to drive home to Massachusetts. So I asked my dad. I said, "Geez, Dad, well, I'm gonna walk down the bridge, which was kind of a a popular spot for the kids. You know, it's kind of like a meeting place and a swimming hole. And it was a bridge. If like in this picture to the left, if you went about a mile down the lake, there was a bridge and a river there. And it was a beautiful place to swim because you could dive off the bridge. And it wasn't a lot of current. You know, it was like an earthen bridge that ran for about 300 feet across this river. But in the middle, there was an open spot that was where boats could go underneath it. It was probably about 10 feet off the water, so it was a nice place. We'd be right up on the road. We'd jump over the guardrails and into the water. So it was a good place to swim. So I decided, okay, I'm going to walk down to the bridge. Father says, okay, you know, don't be too long. We're going to be leaving later on. So, you know, I had a couple hours to goof around. And I'm hoping to see one of my pals maybe down there. You know, there's a lot of kids on farms and stuff in the area. And so what I had to do to get to this bridge, I had to walk about a mile up a dirt road and then take a right and walk about a mile down an asphalt road to come to this bridge. So you're talking about a right angle, basically, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I go down to the bridge, and, you know, I swam down there for maybe a half an hour. There was no one around. It was a Sunday afternoon. I was all by myself. So I kind of got bored. And so I decided, no, I'm going to just head for home. And so as I'm walking across the bridge, I kind of looked down the shore of the lake. And I said to myself, you know, the water, it had been very dry this summer. And there was a part of that lake that would normally be shallow, but the water would run way up into the woods. No one ever went down in there because it would be like walking through a swamp almost, you know. It looked more like something from Louisiana, where the water would be running up, you know, under the trees and stuff. But it had been such a dry summer that I said to myself, hey, you know, what the hell? If I just follow the lake, I'm going to come out at the camp, and I might knock a half a mile off this trip. Okay, being a lazy kid. Would it be possible, Chad? I have to take a quick break. Is that
Oh,
possible?
yeah. Me and Sonny can talk about you while you're gone.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. But I just got to run to the bathroom for a second.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. We're just going to take a quick break.
That's right.
Yeah, he sent
What
me
an
a lot
amazing
of...
guy, huh?
He is... Yeah, we're going to have him back for sure.
Yep.
The story he told me, actually when Cassie asked him what's the scariest thing that he's gone through, he kind of got into that a little bit before the show started. And he just said that there's just too much to talk about on that one, so we're going to have to save it for the next episode. But very interesting.
Yep, we'll get him back on here. We'll get all his info out, guys.
Yeah,
that's a couple shows.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is he can't use, just for the reasons that I can't get into, but he can't use his real name, and so we might have a hard time sharing some of his. And I don't think he's on social media or anything like that. So if people want to ask him some questions, this is the place to do it.
This is the time to do it.
Yep. If anyone has any questions, just put them in the chat, and I'll pull them up for them.
All right.
Well, that was quick, Eddie. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, buddy.
Okay. I don't want to lose anyone. So anyway, I had walked down to this bridge.
However your mic is right now is perfect.
Okay.
You're perfect. Yeah, perfect volume.
Okay. I'm going to try and keep my head right here.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, so I had gone down to this bridge, and looking back from where I came from, knowing if I followed the lake instead of walking down the asphalt road and then taking a left onto the dirt road, if I cut the corner of this right angle, follow the lake, I figure I'm going to save a little time getting back. And another thing was, like I said before, this part of the lake, was usually lowland, very flooded. And so it's somewhere where you never would have been able to walk. But because the water was so low this particular dry summer, I said, oh, what the hell, I'm going to try this. So I start walking along the edge of the lake, and I'm keeping the lake about probably 40 yards to my left as I'm walking through the woods, because I know as long as I don't let the lake out of my sight, I'm going to end up where I belong.
Mm-hmm.
If you can follow me there.
Yeah.
So I'm walking through the woods. I probably went maybe a third of a mile, and I'm walking through like tall, kind of swampy grass. There's little channels where you could see where the water, if it had been normal, this water would have been running up through the woods. And, so a little bit of up and down. The walking wasn't too bad. I had a pair of Keds on my feet. I remember distinctly wearing a pair of Ked sneakers. They were black. The only other thing I had on was a pair of dungaree shorts, cut-off dungaree shorts. That's it. I had no shirt, no nothing. And I was walking through the woods there. It was a little rough going, but it was dry. I wasn't getting wet. So, yeah, this is pretty cool. And so I had just walked into this area. I had never been in this part of the lake before because, like I said, it was normally very wet.
Yeah.
And lowland. And so I had just came up. I walked into this beautiful grove of cedar trees, big giant cedar trees, first generation, monstrous cedar trees, beautiful. It smelled like a cedar closet, it was wonderful. And I walked through that little grove of cedar trees, and I came out into a little bit of a clearing. And approximately, I'd have to say 60 feet in front of me, I see this big dirt mound. It looks like it's about 6 feet tall. It's probably, from my aspect, it was probably 15 feet across, possibly. And what looked like to me a big anthill.
Yeah.
Or something like a prairie dog, makes. I'm not familiar with prairie dogs to speak of.
Mm-hmm.
But I know they do make some kind of a burrow, like a mound.
Yeah.
Is that what they do, Sonny?
Yeah. They make it looks like a gopher hole, squirrel hole, but bigger.
Yeah. So anyway, I see it was completely out of place. And I said, probably about 60 feet in front of me. And so I started walking right towards it. And I go, that's kind of odd. It's just, because of all this lowland. All of a sudden I get this big pile of, looks like freshly dug dirt. And I'm like, what the heck? And all of a sudden, on the top of this mound, pops the head of what I thought was a German Shepherd. And that's all I saw was this head just pop up. And I'm looking at it, and at my first instinct, German Shepherd,
Mm-hmm.
And next thing you know, the thing wrinkles up its nose. And at that point, I noticed this thing's got some massive, on a dog, what do you call them? Canines? The teeth that hang down.
Yeah.
He's got this massive teeth. And I'm like, what the? And just about the time I said this, I was saying to myself, this ain't no German Shepherd. This thing come over the top of the mound, straight at me. And I turned around and I booked back into that little grove of trees, which was not very far away, the cedar trees, so maybe I had to go back 20 feet. And I went up a big cedar tree that had a lot of branches in record time. I was fearing for my life, I'm telling you, what the hell's going on? And I was 30 feet up that tree in an instant. And I'm looking down, and this thing, I can only call it a thing, because at that time, I was borderline state of shock. It had the body of an otter, except huge. The thing had to be 10 feet long. And it had the head. What it looked like was a German Shepherd. Okay? But the hair was sleek, like an otter, how it lays down nice and flat. It didn't, it was like a... But it had these short, powerful legs. And I'm looking right down at it out of the tree. But the thing that amazed me the most out of anything was the size of the teeth, the canines, I think they call them, the ones that come down. This not only had ones that came down, but it had ones that went up.
Do you mind if I pull a picture up?
I wish I had a picture, but I got the pictures of the Doba shoe from the legends, but nothing of the actual creature. But if you want to start putting a couple pictures up there. Now that picture there, now I found it interesting because it shows something massive that's on top of an alligator. But as you can see, the tail would be way too short, and the head looks more like a cat. And you see the ears?
Yeah, that's like an otter.
Yeah, it looks more like a big otter.
Yeah.
But this thing here, when I say 10 feet long, I'm talking the torso was 5 feet long, and the tail was at least that length again. So behind like, you know how an otter tail is kind of like melded into the body?
Mm-hmm.
Unlike, it's like in that picture there, you see how it kind of melded into the body. That tail from his hind legs was a good 5 feet behind him. And so his torso was probably 5 feet, and then you're talking 5 feet of tail. Now, this one here, the reason I like this picture is see the size of the tail on that thing?
Yeah.
You can see that tail is probably as long as his torso.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, you have a face that looks more like a cat than a dog.
Yeah.
But what was good about this one?
Could you tell?
Yes.
You remember if it had webbed feet?
Yes, I was just going to say that, Sonny, just as you said it. But as when I was up in the tree looking down, not only did it have very large claws, but I could see the webbing between the feet, just like this. And that's another reason why I took this picture as a demonstration, because it had webbing between it. You could tell it was an incredibly powerful swimmer.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say most animals with webbed feet spend a majority of their time in the water.
Yeah. What other pictures you got there, Chad?
And it's so weird, man, because the way you describe it, like, okay, you say you came up on that mound. For me, where I live in the valley. A lot of coyotes, man. That's a coyote den. But they're not that big. A coyote is not 5 feet long. They're small.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, and a wolf doesn't live in a mound den like that.
Yeah. Now, what I like about that picture there, that head, you see how those ears are sticking up?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It almost looks like the ears of a shepherd.
Yeah.
That back ear. That's what I was looking. I was looking at ears that were standing up like a shepherd, and that's why I thought it was a shepherd at first when I just saw the head. And the teeth were humongous. And this thing is shown eating a large pike or something, which is something you'd find in that lake too. A fish very similar to that.
Yeah.
It almost looks like the schoolhouse you worked on there in the background in that picture.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. I never even saw that. But so here I am. I'm like 13 years old. I'm up in a tree. And now that I'm up in this tree, I can see the den or the mound or whatever you want to call it. And I can see there was a hole. And this thing had come up. When I saw that head pop up, it had come up out of a hole. This thing had been inside that mound. So obviously this was its house. And so anyway, this thing is at the base of the tree. Now, at one point, it tries to make an attempt, like a dog would stand up on its back legs.
Mm-hmm.
And, if it had, say, a raccoon in a tree, it made an attempt to do that. Because of the length of its body and the shortness of its legs, I could tell it wasn't natural for this thing to try and go up a tree. Thank God. So the thing makes an attempt, but it had to use its front claws to pull itself up to stand up. It just couldn't stand up, but the torso was too long. And it made one little attempt to kind of stand on its back legs. And I could tell the thing knew it wasn't going to happen. And it went right back down onto the ground again and just started clawing the shit out of the fucking cedar tree. There was crap flying all over the place. And I was like, holy moly.
Scared to death, probably.
I was up there, and I'm okay. So here we are. Now this thing's got me in a tree. Whoops! Did I just make the wire?
Nope, I did that. I'm just pulling up a
Okay.
different picture, the scarier
Okay,
looking
well,
one.
I hit my wire, Chad. That's all. I hit my.
Oh, okay. No, you
headphones.
sound fine.
Okay, so here I am. I'm up that tree now. It's now been, oh, you're talking about a half hour. This thing ain't letting me go. I'm lunch.
Oh, jeez.
In this thing's eyes, I'm lunch, and I know that.
With that kind of attitude, it sounds like a giant weasel. They don't get that big either.
No, I've never seen that. Like I said, I've seen some big otters, and they had the body of an otter, but the head of a dog. So anyway, I'm up in this tree now for about a half an hour. I'm starting to I calm down at any point. At least I've been up there long enough to know it wasn't going to get me.
Mm-hmm.
But I was at the point where I was like, man, I can't stay here forever. Okay. So at one point, the thing goes back over towards its burrow or the mound. And I'm kind of giving it a little bit of time to see what the hell it's going to do. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I don't think I'm going to be able to get out of this tree. I really don't. I think I'm going to be here a while. And it kind of meandered back over to its mound and then came running back. And man, could that thing fly? That thing moved. And I said to myself, there's no freaking way I'm getting out of this tree.
Oh, man.
Because I'm freaking lunch. I'm telling you, this thing's going to take me out. And so, once again, it was probably 5 minutes later, the thing meandered back over towards its mound, kind of went behind the mound. I couldn't even see it. I lost sight of it, which wasn't too comfortable. And once again, it had intelligence. I think it was trying to lure me down.
Wow.
And came flying over again. But I was amazed at the speed. I was amazed how fast this thing went across the ground. And I was up in that. Go ahead, Chad.
I was just going to say, you just don't think that you're ever going to get out of the tree.
At that point, no. I knew, my parents were going to be leaving later on that afternoon, and I had been probably kicking around now for about an hour and a half. I had probably been in the tree for about 45 minutes. And just about the time I was thinking but one thing, being in the tree that long, it gave me the time to calm down because, I was shaking like a leaf when I went up there. And I had plenty of time to, collect myself. And I had plenty of time to observe it. And I can see it today like every inch of it. And what I'm talking is a body 10 feet long. Half of that was torso, half of it was tail. Claws, the front claws, you're talking 4 or 5 inches anyway. Web toes, web feet, all the way around. The canines, not only did they come down from the top, they went up from the bottom. And when the thing closed its mouth, these remained on the outside. You know what I'm saying? They didn't.
Oh, wow, like a saber tooth.
Yeah. And put it this way. When I was looking at the thing, I said, if those things were any bigger, I think you'd call them tusks.
Oh, wow.
It was nasty.
Scary. Yeah, that's a scary animal.
It was a nasty, nasty, scary thing. And so, I was at the point, how the hell am I getting out of here?
Yeah.
So anyway, probably 45 minutes to 50 minutes now. And this thing pretty much, after tearing up the bottom of the tree, and, walking around, he pretty much, I guess maybe he was getting hungry and he gave up. And so I watched this thing go behind the mound. And like I said earlier, I was about probably 40 yards from the lake. And I watched this thing go down into the lake. It was very shallow in that part of the lake. I watched it. I could see its wake. And I watched it go out quite a ways before it was deep enough for it to submerge. And so now, I'm talking, I had 100 yards between me and this thing. And he was headed away. And I felt it's now or never.
Yeah.
And I came back down out of that tree and I ran back towards the bridge. And I ran as fast as those little kids could take me, I'm telling you. I hit that pavement. I was like Forrest Gump, right?
Yeah.
I hit that pavement running. I'm telling you, I didn't stop until I got to that camp. I zipped up a mile up that paved road and a mile down a dirt road. When I was coming that mile down a dirt road, I had my eye to the left because I knew that thing lived over there about a mile. And yeah, it was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. And for years, I would look in books to try, because we had no computer technology or anything, and all you could do was look in books. And I looked at every aquatic animal that ever existed, and I never found nothing. And believe it or not, it was only a chance encounter on Spaced Out Radio where someone pointed me towards this Dobachu, and it was the closest thing I've ever seen to what I saw.
When you
and
otters don't have that kind of bad attitude, and weasels do, and it's just so. It's like you came across something that people have probably thought was extinct from a long time ago, dinosaur era. If it like saber-toothed tiger type stuff, if you're seeing a creature that we're used to seeing that's only 4 feet long, and now you're looking at it and it's 10 feet long, and it's got basically tusks. You're saying the teeth are so big.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something we don't have no more.
Oh, right. Now, one thing about this lake up here, some Indian burial grounds. Where this thing was headed was to a point that was across from his mound. And on that point that stuck out in the lake, there were 3 Indian burial mounds. That's where he was headed to. If it had something to do with, that, I don't know. But another thing, like you say, Sonny, this is so remote up there. Even back in those days, especially, that things could exist there and no one would ever know.
Mm-hmm.
Very remote.
And is it possible? Was it something that, the last of its species, or was it maybe some kind of a hybrid intermixture between a dog and an otter or something? I don't know. I could never explain it, but I spent years looking in books because that's all we really had. Minks and wolverines and everything I could think of, even beavers and muskrats, but nothing ever fit the description.
Yeah, wolverines get that big and they're that mean, but they don't have that tail and they don't have webbed feet.
I see Annie's question here. Did you ever tell your parents about your experience? Yeah, I ran back there, and the first person I saw, I was very happy to be back there. And I said something to my dad right away, and he was like, "What the,
Yeah, of course.
You saw it, kid.
You don't. Yeah, you don't know what you saw.
Me.
Yeah, my dad would have said, "Well, don't go back there no more."
Exactly.
Well, that's basically what I got. And then I had one sister there at the time when I got back, and I tried to tell her, and she was laughing and smiling at me, But it was crazy. There's just no other words for it. Now, we did have something else that was similar as far as cryptid goes and maybe prehistoric. And it wasn't very far from this spot where I had the otter. And when I was young up there, I had a few friends on farms. And one day I had a friend down and we were fishing together. And he was a little older than me. I was probably, I'm thinking I might have been 15. And he was telling me about one day he was fishing and he saw these 2 huge snapping turtles. And I'm going, here we go. It's a fish story, right? 2 guys fishing in a boat, right? He's going to tell me 2 giant snapping turtles. Okay?
Yeah, we know where this is going.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, and so anyway, he go, and he told me what part of the lake it was, and it was where those Indian burial mounds were.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. So anyway, I basically blew him off because, I figured it was just another fish story. Can you hear me okay, Chad?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure I move my head a little here. I'm trying to keep my head in one spot. Okay, so a couple years went by, and I was fishing with another guy up there. And all of a sudden, just out of the blue, he starts telling me this story about two big snapping turtles. And I stopped for a minute, and I looked at him, and I said, really? I go, and where might you have been when you saw two monstrous snapping turtles? And he said the same cove that was over near these burial mounds. And so now I had two cases. I knew these two guys didn't know each other. You know, they were both locals. And at that point, you know, my curiosity piqued a little because I knew that these two people didn't know each other. And they both told me a story about two large snapping turtles. So the years went by, and now I had, I remember it was the summer I got discharged, and I was living there for a little while. So I'm talking, it's either 80 or 81, I can't remember, it was a long time ago. So I had stayed in Maine, and was going to stay up there for a while, do some fishing that summer. And one of my buddies come down from the base, and he's going to go fishing with me on the lake. And this kid was from Texas, and everything's bigger in Texas.
That's right.
Is that right? So here we go fishing, and without really thinking, you know, we were over near those Indian burial mounds fishing. And we were in a canoe, because I used to like this canoe because I had a trolling motor, a little electric motor, and very stealthy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a big kid, and I had him in the front of the canoe. And we were over near those burial mounds off some rock piles. And he's fishing off the front, and I think he was fishing to the port side off the front, which would be the left. And I was fishing off the starboard side in the back of the canoe, which is the right side. And I made a cast, and as I did, I looked to my right, which was towards the back of the canoe, and at a glance, I saw what appeared to be a log, almost telephone pole diameter, sticking out of the water. And then I had to do, hey, wait a minute, because I knew the area well enough to know there was no log sticking out of the water there. And when I turned my head and looked behind the canoe, about no more than 10 feet away, what appeared to be a log was the head of a snapping turtle. It had two eyes, and the diameter of this thing was humongous. Okay, now that isn't a picture of the snapping turtle, but that's something I found on the internet. That turtle is actually from Vietnam, and it was in the 400-pound range in fresh water.
Oh, wow.
And they do say that, you know, they can, in the right environment, you know, a snapping turtle from 400 pounds. There's cases in the United States. I know there was one where I think it might have been Illinois. Someone caught a snapping turtle that was in the 400-pound range. But at any rate, yeah, I'm looking at something like that about 10 feet behind the canoe.
That's so scary, man, because at 20 pounds, they could take your arm right off.
Oh,
so
sure.
Imagine 400 pounds, that's biting you in half.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah. Now this is where it gets nuts. So when I look at it, it goes underwater, and it swims right up the right side of the canoe. Now, the guy in the front still hasn't seen this yet. And so I braced the canoe because I knew when I said something to him, he'd probably knock the canoe over because that's how scary this thing was.
Yeah.
And so I go, Wes, I go, take a look. And he turns around in his seat, and just as I guessed, he almost tipped the canoe over. He was so shocked to death. And it was right beside us on the right-hand side of the canoe, not more than 2 or 3 feet off the edge of the canoe. And I'm very good at estimating size. I've been carpenter my whole life. The shell of this damn thing was freaking close to 5 feet in diameter.
Oh, my Lord.
All right. Now, this is where it even gets nuttier. The thing's swimming towards the front of the boat. I look up ahead of me in the canoe towards the front of the boat. I see another neck sticking out of the water. There's a second one. So, and as this thing swam by the canoe, it was just under the water by maybe a foot. This thing was making a wake, like a boat. That's how big it was. The shell was pushing the water upwards, and it was swimming towards the other one, which was probably 30 feet off the bow of the canoe. So at that point, I hit the electric motor. Didn't want to scare it, but I kept pace with it. And at one point, we went right up to them, and we had both of them right there, and we saw both of them, within feet of each other. And no, honest to God, you're talking close to 5 feet diameter shell. So my friend, who's from Texas, where everything is bigger, he's petrified. He wants to go back. He wants out. He wants off the water. Okay.
Yeah, I bet.
So we go back to the cabin, and in the cabin he don't know what to say. He's never seen nothing like this. And I know down south they got those alligator snappers that can get pretty damn big,
Mm-hmm.
And he's never seen anything like this. But I would have to say, my best estimate, if it wasn't 5 feet diameter shell, it was damn close. All right. So we get back to the cabin, and in the family room of the cabin, my parents had this big round oak table. And we walk in there. Wes goes, that thing was as big as this table right here. He goes, I go, was it bigger or smaller, Wes? He goes, it's just about the size of that table. And I grabbed the tape measure, and I measured the table. It was 5 feet.
Wow. That's a big turtle.
Yeah, and a 3-foot one, guys, a 3-foot turtle, you pick them up by the back of their shell. To lift that up, a man can, I guess, but he ain't going to stand there and hold it very long. You can't pick up and hold a 3-foot snapping turtle. That's how big and heavy that is.
Yeah.
So at 5 feet, you're almost doubling the size and weight. That is huge and scary for a snapping turtle.
Insane. It was insane. And we saw 2 of them. And, the other thing is, if I had to guesstimate like a weight of this thing, I would have to say 350, 400 pounds maybe. That's how crazy.
So, and there was 2 of them.
And there was 2 of them. Yeah. So those fish stories turned out not to be fish stories.
Yeah. I have 2 more pictures.
Yeah, you can throw them up. Now that's the turtle they caught in Vietnam in a lake. And that turtle right there, I think, was somewhere over 300 pounds. But what I found interesting about that picture, it had someone standing in the background. So I said, well, I can't find nothing like I saw, but
yeah,
that's a
What'd
pretty
you say,
big
Sonny?
turtle.
I don't think that's a snapping turtle, but that's a big turtle.
No,
Yeah.
it's some kind of a turtle they have over in.
Yeah.
I think that was Vietnam. That picture came from.
Yeah.
But that particular lake in Vietnam, I guess they found 2 or 3 of them that were pretty damn big.
It kind of shows the size that that's even smaller than what you were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
That's probably
And that's
like
a picture. Well, that's a picture of an alligator snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And like I said, I didn't have a camera. I couldn't take a picture of it.
I never got them guys in Texas doing noodling, where they stick their arms inside the holes and catfish bite you. Yeah, that's inside that hole too. You stick your hand in there and you might not get it back.
Yeah, one of these days it's going to be the wrong hole.
Oh yeah, I've seen that, Sonny. Yeah,
live in the same crevices and holes that those catfish do. You don't.
I have seen those guys. I said, what are they thinking, right?
Yeah.
Dang. But yeah, I found that on the internet, and that's the snapper turtles that are generally the bigger ones, or the alligator snappers from down south. I don't know what they got out your way, Sonny, but do they have those things?
No, we got the only mean ones we have are we call them either sliders or red sliders or racing turtles. We have nicknames for them. They have little red stripes right here by their eyes.
Okay.
They're small. They get maybe that big, but they're pretty little. They'll bite the hell out of you. And then what they do is they bite you. If they get a hold of your finger, they bite it and then suck their head back in their shell.
Oh my God.
They try to pull it off, man, and they'll skin it. They'll take it right off the bone, but they're not big like that. It's enough to hurt you and get your whole finger.
Yeah, so I would have to estimate, if I could throw an estimate. Now I have just from what I have read, that a snapping turtle could possibly live like 300 years.
Yeah.
I once read that some snapping turtles could live as long as 300 years in the right environment. And,
Yeah.
I'm talking. I think that my best guesstimate would probably be close to 400 pounds. The thing was just both of them were humongous.
We do have the big tortoise turtles here at the zoo, and they are old, man. They're 200 years old probably. I've rode them before. I'm a fence jumper.
I'm pretty sure.
Fence as a little kid and rode them turtles, and yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm pretty sure I've heard of tortoises living almost 500 years. I may or may not be correct, but I think
tortoises. Yeah, tortoises do.
Tortoise. And another thing about turtles, there have been sea turtles. Not that this was a sea turtle, but there are reports of sea turtles that have been like 10 to 15 foot diameter and weighed maybe a ton.
Yeah.
So turtles, they have the ability to live a long time and get very big in the right environment.
Yeah, so that might not have been a cryptid. Maybe it was just like a ginormous. Maybe you saw something that was like you said, prehistoric.
I was going to say, he's seeing prehistoric stuff again in that same area.
Yep.
I don't care how long ago it was. I want to go there now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I want to go there and set up camp on that riverbank.
Eddie, have you heard of people seeing pterodactyls before?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No. That's my two cryptid experiences. But I'll mention one other thing about that area.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, this area was so remote. You're talking 50 miles of shoreline, maybe 10 little cabins back in the day.
Is it? And, of course, it's not going to be as remote now, but is it still?
Oh no. Today there's probably, if I had to guess, I'd have to say today there's probably 300-400 houses and cabins.
Yeah. See, and then we run stuff out like that when we do, like where I'm at right here at this house. I'd say 30 years ago, this place was covered with horny toads. You could go out back, pick up a horny toad, and hold them. They're like big fat lizards with horns on them. They don't poke you or anything. But now, you're lucky if you see one every 10 years. They're just not here no more. There's so many more houses that we've ran those out. So, and they're small. They're small little things. So if we can run those out, just imagine all those people moving in on that river, and those turtles are gone. They went somewhere else.
Yeah, I think they got ran out actually by buildings and houses. In fact, that's what I was going to mention next. That particular cove and where that peninsula that stuck out into the water had 3 big Indian burial mounds on it. And where that is now is actually like someone's estate. They built this big, beautiful estate. And I wanted to mention this, talk about Indian burial grounds. Whoever bought that land bulldozed the mounds. It was a time between when I saw these turtles, and then there was a time in my life where I wasn't up there very much.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably about an 8 or 9 year period. I didn't get up to this place very often. And when I returned, lo and behold, someone had built this big, beautiful estate over there. And the burial mounds, the guy had them bulldozed, and he bulldozed the mounds right down into the water and all the rocks were in the lake. And the comment I wanted to make about this was everyone who's lived there since has had like really bad fortune. Everything, bad things, you don't play with Indian burial mounds.
No, you don't mess with their burials, man.
Now, what I found out was the guy that built the estate and bulldozed the mounds, he owned a car dealership. And he no sooner built that place, destroyed the burial mounds, he was arrested for some crazy crime, and then he died of cancer.
Well, damn.
And then another guy moved in there and he had the same fate. He owned the place for like a matter of months and he died.
Mm.
And it's, I don't know who's there now, but it seems like, I'm up there occasionally. I don't get over that area too often, but I never see any people around there. There's a beautiful house there, beautiful estate someone built, but I never see any activity.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with none of that. I'm very superstitious when it comes to that, and it's just a respect thing too. I mean,
yeah, up in that neck of the woods, it was probably the Penobscot Indian tribes. But before that was when it was native land, they were probably chiefs. They had much respect. They were on the high point of the lake, overlooking the lake.
Yeah.
And there was 3 huge mounds. They were probably, I'd have to say 30 feet diameter, and they were probably at least 20 feet tall, these 3 burial mounds. So most likely they were highly respected chiefs, and someone desecrated it. And I think they paid the price.
Yeah, that's horrible. People shouldn't get to build on stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or if you can buy that land, it should be stipulated. You can buy it, but you don't build here. You don't touch that.
Right.
Yeah, I think it slipped under the radar, that whoever owned it didn't really tell the next person. And I think the people who probably in the town of authority, the town that control, over, as far as deeds and things like that, hall of records, I don't think anything was ever recorded that this was some kind of sacred ground. So whoever did own the land, when they sold it, it kind of slipped through the cracks. I think today, if you tried to sell a piece of land with 3 huge burial mounds on it, I don't think it would have been too easy. But back in the day, things like that, it slipped through the cracks.
Yep. Huh. I did pull up a picture of I think this is about the largest we get here in Michigan as far as turtles go.
Yeah, that's a pretty average size snapping turtle. Yeah,
it's about the largest I've seen around here in Michigan.
Hey, when you're telling me the story about the dog otter you seen, that's how I picture its feet right there.
Yeah, webbed like that, huh?
A lot bigger, but of course that webbing.
Yeah,
the webbing would be a lot softer on the otter. Where a turtle kind of has a very stiff.
Yep.
Webbing between their feet. The otter had a very soft webbing. Like, have you ever seen a golden retriever? They actually have webbing between their toes.
I've seen it on a lab before. It's probably pretty similar.
It probably so. A lab is also a water dog, but I had a golden retriever when I was a boy, and he had web feet on the front anyway.
The people
they actually
in chat,
have web.
I don't know if they understand how those snapping turtles work. If you get anywhere near that turtle, guys, in the water, and you don't see it either. He's under the water. He can see you, but you can't see him. Their mouths open up, and they lock. And when he bites you, his mouth is staying open like this, like it is in that picture, but a lot wider. And when that goes off, it's like a mouse trap. And they have, I don't know their jaw strength, but it is ridiculous powerful. It when it goes off, like I said, it goes off like a mouse trap. It could take, that size turtle could take your hand off. So a 5-foot one could bite you in half.
I was wondering if I could just take a short little break here and come back.
You sure can, man.
Okay, now you got what time are we looking at here? You got time for another?
Yeah, we're at 7 o'clock. We're going for another hour at least.
Okay, I didn't want to wear you guys out,
Oh, you're fine, buddy. You can't wear us out. This is what we do.
Okay, as long as you guys are good with it, can I take about 2 or 3 minutes?
Sure, buddy.
And come back?
Chad, you're muted.
All right. Okay, I'll see you in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, no problem, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted.
That's okay.
I want to... I guess I can't really mute him because then I won't know when he's back.
You can still, well, yeah.
But, yeah, we can just go over, let's see, what can we go over?
So what do you guys think so far in the chat?
Yeah, we'll
Pretty
check
good
out the
guess
comments,
Chad
huh?
got here.
Yeah, this guy's awesome. There's so much stuff that I know, too, that he's told me that he's not getting to yet, and it's...
And then Massachusetts and that side, for me, guys, I'm far, far away from that.
That's from
one of the places I want to go. I just want to go to that side of the United States, period, but Massachusetts is the place.
Massachusetts.
Good party town.
Susan Place says that she hasn't even gone to sleep yet. She just wanted to hang out and listen to the podcast.
Oh, awesome, Susan.
Good to see you. Hey, Susan, you want a wrench?
Yeah, Susan needs a wrench. She might have to whack somebody in here.
She's the one that I told her she needs a wrench and SOR, and she's like, nope. There's too many wrenches in here. There's already too many wrenches. I said, all right, we're going to have to get you a wrench. And she's like, nope, I already told you I don't want one. No wrench. I should give her one in here, though.
Yep, we're going to put you to work.
Give you a responsibility when you're here, Susan. Did we ever figure out what we're gonna do for Friday?
For our show?
Yep.
No.
Oh.
No, I have not. I talked to... Who did I talk to? Tim McCart. Asked him what he was doing Friday. He might be listening right now. I gave him the information on the morning show. He didn't even know about it. He was like,
oh, really?
He said, I'm so confused. That's what he was telling me.
Tim said he was confused?
Yeah, because I was telling him, yeah, we have two different shows, too, in the mornings. You know, and I was trying to give him the times and our time on Friday for Paranormal Chop Shop. Cass just dropped the link. Thank you, Oracles and Beyond.
Thank you, Cassie. Our number one, what are we going to call her? She's like head of not human resources.
She's head of advertising.
Head of marketing, yeah.
Yep. I do think, hopefully, her and Melissa might start doing something together.
Really?
How cool would that be?
That'd be really cool.
Yes.
Yeah, she's very familiar with going live on YouTube.
Yep.
I think she said she used to go live for like 8 hours at a time.
She went 9 the other night. It's crazy long.
That was fun, too. I was racing to get home. I wanted to get on here so bad. You guys were talking about all kinds of stuff. Motorboating and all kinds of weird stuff. I was like, I have to rush home and get on the internet. Get on the computer. Yeah, Josh, you're definitely going to have to go back and listen to some of this. Or all of it.
Oh, she said she went 10 hours.
10 hours? Dear God. Josh, we're definitely going to make time to come on your channel, man. I told you got Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are all wide open in the mornings. We could just do all week long morning shows.
Pull a Dave.
Pull a Dave?
Yep. Pull a Dave. We're going to take up every day.
Take up every day. Yep. Speaking of Dave, check out Spaced Out Radio. YouTube.com/ I think it's Spaced Out Radio, right?
Yes, sir.
/ Spaced Out Radio. And check him out on Facebook too. He's on all kinds. He's on everything. But yeah, Monday through Friday is Dave Scott at midnight Eastern, which is 9:00 Pacific. And then same channel, Lynn Wallington is on Saturday and Sunday. I don't know her new time slot.
So I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, hey, Eddie.
Okay, I slipped back in.
Good deal.
I hope I'm not boring you guys.
Oh my God, no!
Man.
No, not at all. This is what we get into. We love getting into this stuff.
Yep.
And once again, this is first-hand experience. You know, I'm not writing a book here. I got no, I'm not looking to make money by telling anyone this. I'm not looking to start a podcast. I'm just trying to relay some information and, and contribute.
That's what makes it even more credible. You're not out there trying to make money off of your stories.
Yeah, I have no desire to write a book.
Me neither.
Believe me, you know. The things that mean the most to me in life are probably family, freedom, and privacy. And in that order. And,
I've been struggling with that a lot myself too, actually. I've never been the type to be out in the public, and I don't like drawing attention to myself. So this podcast thing, every now and then I'm like, I should just delete it and get rid of it and forget it ever happened. And then I'm like, no, it's fine. People are enjoying it, and I'm learning a lot. Feels like the right thing to do.
Well, you're becoming, let me give you a little compliment, Chad. You became a lot more comfortable, as I've seen you progress. It's only been, maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks you've been doing this.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long.
It hasn't been too long. It doesn't seem very long.
No.
But, you seem like you're a lot more comfortable now,
Thank you.
I know there was one night, there was one night there, I was watching Spaced Out Radio, and they had you in there, and I think maybe Sonny. Dave was kind of ragging on you a little there.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Oh yeah.
That was kind of funny.
He's done it a couple times so far. He
but
likes
I
pulling
could tell.
up. He likes pulling up my picture like this. He likes making me the only one in the room.
Right. He was giving you that little bit of an edge there,
Yeah, I think he just
you
likes
were a little
breaking my
You
balls
were a little uptight that night. You could tell. You were trying to contribute, but you were a little tongue-tied.
Oh, that was the round table. I bet you were.
The round table.
That's new podcaster hazing right there.
That was so bad that night, man.
When you see Chad up full screen like that, Dave is in the background dying laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he loves it. I was melting into the screen. I was just melting into the chair I'm sitting in.
Oh, yeah. Dave's in complete control. He's the ultimate professional.
Yeah, he's very good at what he does.
I can't compliment Dave enough. He changed my life. Like I said, I only found Spaced Out Radio, I think it was like last spring. And, he's my go-to guy. You know what I'm saying? I love Spaced Out Radio.
Me too.
It's awesome.
That's about when I found him, I think. Spring or early summer.
Now, I'll step into the way back for a second. Now, you got to remember, being a kid back in the 60s, we had nothing as far as paranormal. If you wanted any information, you were headed to the library. And there might have been 1 or 2 books that had pictures of UFOs or something, maybe a monster. And every kid in town probably took the book out 10 times. And we had this one little magazine. It was called Fate Magazine. And they would have, alien stories and stuff. And, every now and then, you'd find a copy of that someplace. And that was a big deal. And then it was probably 1995. And back then I was driving tanker trucks. And Art Bell came on the radio. You probably heard of Art Bell.
Yeah, I heard of him.
Oh yeah,
Art Bell was king. He was.
I was just listening when we got on earlier, Eddie and I. When I first jumped on, that's what was playing in the background. I had to shut off was Art Bell.
Oh yeah, I love Art
Bell. I listened to it
Bell.
on Paranormal Radio app also. His Art Bell classics.
Yeah, he had the greatest show. That was coast to coast before George Norrie. And back in those days, he hardly had any advertisements. And he had tremendous guests, He always had really good guests. But yeah, things changed about that time. With the advent of computers, which was basically 1990, early 90s, 95 maybe, that's when, the paranormal world really got, attention. If you talked about UFOs or seeing a giant creature in the woods, people would look at you like you were nuts. They still do, but, at least some people can relate.
Yeah, at least there's communities like this where you can get involved and talk to other people that are seeing the same things.
Yeah. The thing that amazes me about, like I said, about the paranormal, there's just no answers to anything. There really isn't. We're all on the same page. I mean, you look at, like I said earlier, take the gray alien. Where's he coming from? Is he under the ocean? Is he in, Antarctica, Hollow Earth, dark side of the moon? No one can put their finger on anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you have different species. You can talk the grays, you can talk lizard people, mantis beings. And, some of these are becoming accepted just because there's so many like experiences. You have, say you're listening to Art Bell and you heard, 10 stories about a lizard guy. Okay, now it's more acceptable that, yeah, maybe there is a lizard guy.
Right.
Yeah, not that I've seen one. Not that I want to.
Right. That's how this has been for me, too. When I was growing up, I was the same way. I was in the library checking out books on UFOs or looking up information of, like, unexplained mysteries and unsolved mysteries, and unexplained events. And just nobody in my life was talking about that kind of stuff except me and a couple friends from school. And so you just assumed that it was kind of just make-believe, I guess. I hate to say that, but growing up, I just kind of thought it was make-believe and, sci-fi stuff. And then growing up, now that I'm getting involved and talking to more people about it and finding out that these people are credible. Like, they're not making this stuff up. They're not making money off of it. They're not writing... Well, some of them are writing books, but they're not doing it to make millions of dollars. They're just trying to get their name out there and just survive. It's not like they're trying to be millionaires. So you get older and you realize that this is credible stuff. This isn't make-believe.
And the credible stories, Eddie, we're getting from people like you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, you didn't come on here and tell us about them 5-foot turtles and then say, hey, buy my book and it'll explain more of it to you.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. I have no reason to, make a buck or anything like that. I'm very comfortable, I don't have to, I got nothing to prove, put it that way. I've got no reason to deceive,
You're on here anonymously too, so let's point that out.
Yeah, well, put it this way. If you had my picture on there, Chad, you'd probably have 2 alphabet agencies in your spare bedroom before this podcast was over.
Yeah, we don't need that.
You'd probably have the Men in Black and the CIA. They'd be in your spare bedroom. So that's...
We've already been in trouble with Lockheed. We don't need no more.
Yeah. Let's not bring their name up.
I've had Lockheed just shut my screen off, I think, already, so we don't need no more trouble.
That was in the early days of the podcast, too.
Quick. So we learned quick.
We're talking about Lockheed Martin on here.
Now, can you brief me in on that, or is this going to be something to get you in trouble?
They'll take us out again.
Yeah, they might. I was going to say, I looked at you, Sonny. I'm like, what are you going to talk about?
Now, did you just mention the company, or was there something else?
We had someone there that was actually inside one of their buildings, and every time it seemed like he brought something up. He either got pulled in and told, you don't talk about this place, or one time my screen just shut off. Not everyone else's, just the one you're looking at up here in the corner. It shut off. And yeah, because I was talking about it. And when I stopped talking about it, it came back on. I didn't have to touch anything or do anything. It just came back on. And it's actually recorded. That's one of our first episodes. You'll see my screen shut off.
It's very creepy. Things happen to Dave's show, too, every now and then. It's like, they're listening.
Oh, yeah. I've actually seen that even on some of, even on Coast to Coast, George Norrie, you get a certain guest on there talking about a certain thing, and all of a sudden the guy's gone.
I bet when we had Jim Goodall on here, they were just hovering over that button. Go ahead. They're getting ready to take
Go ahead, Jim. We got you on a 15-second delay.
Go ahead, you little skunk work,
Yeah, he's a hell of a guy, I'm telling you, Jim Goodall. I love that guy.
Say skunk.
I know I dropped a question. I dropped a question when he was on there, any thoughts about Antarctica? And he seemed to skirt the question pretty quick. And, I think they seen something under the ice. Next question.
Yeah, we'll have to get him back on again.
But one thing about
I
Antarctica
actually had him
that
here. He was actually here, Eddie, in this shop.
oh yeah, I was watching.
He stayed here with me. He stayed the night, and we went to dinner and stuff. The story's off camera. Ooh, man.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you
One day
remember,
I
but
could get back on here, he could tell those stories, but
Yeah.
I don't think so.
like I said, when I turned it on and I turned on you, Sonny, I turned on the Chop Shop, and there you are sitting with Jim Goodall, and I was like, oh my God. I spilt my coffee, and I was like, what the heck?
Eddie.
And I left a comment, and it was, before he leaves, have him autograph everything in the house, including the dog.
You're not the only one, actually. He, it was like a half hour before that show started. I still didn't think that he was actually there, and I was over at my aunt's house.
Him the whole time.
I was over at my aunt and
like
my
2
cousin's
days.
house. Yep.
Now, Sonny, how did you get him on?
Everyone loves me.
Did you know him personally, or
No,
was it something?
I knew him from the UFO Garage and hearing his interview. And maybe he heard of me on there before. I don't know, but I hit him up. And he's an old drag racer. He's not just an airplane guy. He used to be a drag racer too. And we started talking one day. And then one day he said, if I ever come through town, you know, I'll hit you up and we'll do something. We'll hang out and talk.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I thought that was just a way of him saying, hey, nice to meet you. But no, a couple months later, he was calling me up saying, get my bed ready.
Wow. Imagine that. I couldn't imagine having him as a guest in my house.
Awesome.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he got that text and sent that text to me, and it just said, it was like, hey, Sonny, I'm going to be rolling through town. I have to go to a thing, you know, on the other side of town, and I'd like to meet up with you. I was like, is this real life right now?
Oh, when he brought Schratt on, what for? Okay,
that still feels like a dream.
Someone cancel the Friday that you seen him and Schratt on there, Michael Schratt. I had someone cancel for that Friday, so I hit Jim up on like Tuesday and said, "Hey Jim, I had a cancellation Friday. Do you want to come on after Thanksgiving? You know, it's the day after Thanksgiving." And he goes, "Yeah, and you're gonna get 2 for 1. I have Michael Schratt staying here with." I thought that was a joke.
Yeah. Michael Schratt.
Michael Schratt with Thanksgiving with Jim, and Jim flipped him the keys to the Corvette, let him take it into town the next day, and he made it back in time to our show.
I was amazed. I couldn't believe it when I saw him on there again, and then he had Michael Schratt. I was like, oh my goodness. And then Preston Dennett too. I mean, I love that guy.
Oh man, yes. And another guy I'm starting to like a whole lot that's never even heard of us is Thomas Fessler. That guy.
What was that name again?
Good show.
What was his name, Sonny?
Thomas Fessler. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Thomas Fessler.
I've heard of him, but I just can't place him.
Let me see if I can pull.
Oh, Thomas Fessler. Right. I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Good guy. Awesome show. He's got a lot of. He's way advanced on running that show. I know, with his green screen behind him. He's got so many pictures and stuff going all the time. It's just a good show. It's entertaining.
He's awesome. Even when he kind of loses his technological skills for a minute, it's funny to watch. Not funny. It's just awesome to watch him. He's cool.
Yeah, he's got a lot of info that rolls through there.
Somebody else just asked if he could come on our show, and I sent him a link. So I think Eddie will like. I think Eddie like the guest that's coming on.
Tell me it's Bim Jim.
Oh, Bim Jim's awesome too. I saw him in the chat.
JoJo Bone. We need to get JoJo Bone on Paranormal Chop Shop.
Yep, absolutely.
He's awesome.
Gotta send him an invite.
Yep.
Well, if you guys want to, I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. What was that, Chad?
Oh, I was just gonna say, he's gonna come in here in a minute, but we can fill some time up before he comes in.
Who was it?
A surprise for you.
Oh, a surprise for me. Okay.
Yep, I know that you think highly of this person, so.
Oh, Josh, maybe?
Maybe Josh.
Yeah, I really love Josh. I really do. He's a seer, you know.
Yep.
He has the
And
ability to look at things
Eddie,
from different angles, and that's what to
I
have an open mind. You got to
I had the
open your mind.
pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I had the pleasure of speaking with Josh Eddie about an hour after he videoed like maybe 15 orbs or more. And it was we didn't go live. He wanted to tell his story just off the air, just talking. He was so I say excited and scared.
Amped
He
up.
could not stop talking. He was shaking. It would have been one of the best interviews live, but we didn't go live. So I was lucky enough to get to hear these stories, and I mean firsthand as soon as he got home. And oh man, when I seen the videos about a week later, I was blown away to the T of what he told me is what I watched on those videos. I kind of already knew to what to expect from hearing the stories, but when I seen it, it was still mind blowing to me.
Yep, he's a very genuine person.
Josh and Chris
Oh,
Bledsoe are two of the best guys for info and sightings and just experiences that people really need to listen to Mr. Bledsoe. That man has nothing to gain from telling these stories other than informing us. That's it. He is not rich. He's not out there doing it for the money either. He's just out there telling his experiences, and I think everyone should be listening, not discrediting this man at all.
Yep.
I've
yeah, I
tried to break
remember.
down his videos and find something. I've even done it to him at first. And after I did, I realized, no, this is a true soul right here. This is the most thankful man, Mr. Bledsoe is just awesome. And to have Josh relay his stories and have Mr. Bledsoe let him relay the stories to us is more than a privilege for us guys.
Absolutely.
I remember watching. I think it was the Chop Shop. I forget. I watched. But it was either you or Chad. But Josh is on there. He's got the video that Chris made of the big purple orb over his pond.
Yeah.
And then this, like, what appears to be a meteorite shoots out of the sky. You know what video I'm talking about?
I think I do. That one actually was...
It was one of Chris's that Josh was using.
Yeah, we proved that one to be a... I think the one that you're talking about was a SpaceX launch, actually.
I got to step away
really?
for a minute, guys. I'll be right back.
Unfortunately. Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, it appeared that it came down instead of up, though. Unless it was something being released. Hey, Josh, how you doing, bud?
How's it going, Eddie? Nice to meet you.
Hey, good. Nice to meet you too, bud.
So I missed a lot of your story. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch a lot of it.
Oh yeah.
And, I ended up getting caught up in some. I've been listening to little bits of it here and there, though.
Yeah. Well, I got much respect for you, And one thing I love about you, you seem to see things from other angles, and that's what you have to do, Yeah, not too many people can think outside the box, and you can, And I think that has something to do with Native American heritage. I think we look at things from a little different perspective.
What tribe are you?
Well, some of my relatives would be from tribes like the Abenaki. There was 4 different factions of that tribe. Algonquin, Penobscot, some of the relatives in my family, over the generations. Northern tribes up here in New England.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Blackfoots are... I'm Blackfoot. They're up there up north, too. Towards the Great Lakes and stuff. I really appreciate you saying that, and I have a lot of respect for you coming on here too. Is this first time speaking out about anything?
It is. It's really the first time, and in my life, I'm really surrounded by people who just have not experienced anything themselves. My best friend, I've known him since junior high school. He's a drummer. I used to play the guitar, quite a bit. And, we were really tight our whole lives. And this guy basically has never had an experience of anything in his life. And his idea of the afterlife, if I said to him, "What's your idea of the afterlife?" He'd say, "Well, you see that light switch on the wall? You shut it off and that's it. That's the end."
Yeah.
Whereas I'm just the opposite end of the spectrum. I fully believe in reincarnation because I'm going to go into an experience, if we have time, I'm going to go into an experience about leaving this life. And that's where I was going to go next. I was just waiting, kind of get the nod here if you guys want to go on with.
Oh yeah, if we don't have time, we'll make time for you, buddy. We're not going
okay,
nowhere.
well, what I'm gonna say, this is where you're gonna go face first down the rabbit hole right here.
I'm ready. Stoked.
You got a seatbelt in there, Sonny? Strap in.
Let's go.
Buckle up. Buckle up. That's
ready.
probably registered trademark right now. Probably get shut off for that one.
Buckle up. I know the
Buckle
YouTube. Well, they're friends of ours, so the channel that uses that all the time.
Third Phase.
Third Phase of Moon. Yep.
Yeah.
Go to Third Phase of Moon, please. Check them out.
Yeah, those guys are cool. I like those brothers.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah. One thing before I move on, I just wanted to say one thing. I mentioned it just for a second before, but my father died last spring. And something that happened that was really strange right after he died, it was the day after he died, I had a little orange bird show up in my yard. And this bird was orange as an orange. And it had like a little funny tuft of hair that stuck up on the top of its head. It almost looked like a cartoon. I have never, ever, I got bird books, bird books up the yazoo. I could not find one bird that looked anything like this bird. And it hung around my house for 3 days. Every time I went out on my deck or something, or stepped out into the backyard, I'd see this little orange bird, and he'd start singing. And it was a strange. I have never seen a bird like it, or ever. It was just a weird thing. I thought I'd just bring that up.
Yeah, that's.
Eddie, I was gonna say, if you don't mind me throwing in there real quick, I don't know if you've heard me say it, but about a month and a half ago, I saw a white owl. I saw 2 owls in the past 4 months, but this last one was white.
Yeah, that's a snowy owl.
Yeah, and I live in North Carolina, so I don't know if it was an albino, but either way, it was just kind of bizarre. So
well, that's possible. It could be an albino, but I'm not an expert on owls, but I think the snowy owls. I know they every now and then we get them up in this area. I think they're more of a northern species, actually. Unless it was an albino, which is
I've seen them here too in the valley before. A white owl.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, and there's no snow down here. They've come from the mountains, most likely, though.
Yeah, it's rare. I see an owl. Period. It's mean to see a second one, and then another one. I thought you might have been hinting at the spirit animal thing I've heard people talk about, or shape shifting. I've heard about like owls.
I had a pretty rough experience with a very large owl, a 4-foot owl, but it was something I wasn't going to go into today. This was 2016, and it was something I slipped into, and it was kind of it's a pretty hairy experience. It almost cost me my life, and I was going to save that for another day because there really wouldn't be time to go into detail on
what you could do, Eddie, is he's creating a podcast pretty soon here, so maybe you could save that for his channel.
Yeah, I'd love to have you
on. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, I'd love to have you on, Eddie.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry you missed so much, Josh, but we were, I had a couple ghost encounters and a couple cryptid encounters.
Yeah, I was going to ask real quick, if you don't mind, for me and maybe anybody that jumped in the chat late, can you give me like a really brief recap? Like, it sounds like you're a multi-phenomenal experiencer, right?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I had an encounter with what might be called in Irish heritage as a Doba shoe or something to that, which would be a half dog, half otter, which was about 10 feet long in the Maine woods, and it was a horrifying, terrifying experience. You'd probably have to go back, to go through that again. But you might want to go back to the archive.
Oh, I know exactly what he's talking. I love mythology and stuff. That's
yeah.
That's a little different than what I was thinking.
That isn't exactly the picture. The thing I saw was the best way for me to describe it would be the head of a German Shepherd on a very large otter. And up here in the north, we can get otters that are, 4.5 feet long. This thing was more like 10 with the head of a German Shepherd. And huge canines, huge claws with webbed feet. Very powerful swimmer. And it had me up a tree for about 45 minutes.
Wow.
You treat him like a bear, man.
Absolutely. I was prey. There was no doubt in my mind.
Wow.
And
So
then
you've
I had
experienced. Sorry.
Whoops,
Go ahead.
sorry. Then I had one other cryptid story I told about 2 large snapping turtles in basically the same area up here in Maine.
Well, a snapping turtle cryptid?
Huge snapping turtles. We're talking like 5-foot diameter. 2 of them.
Big.
Oh,
not only did I
huge
hear,
one,
I
but
had-
not that big. Wow.
I had heard of 2 other people telling me about these turtles, and I basically blew them off as fishing stories. Fish.
And they were around the Indian burial ground too.
And they were near an Indian burial ground too, with 3
Well,
large Indian burial mounds stuck out into the lake on a
the
peninsula.
same place that he's seen the dog otter swim towards when he finally was able to get out of the tree. That's the same place that was headed. It basically is where he ran across the turtles.
I think there was a
Wow.
connection there. I really do.
Turtles are in a lot of Native American, like culture, like Native American mythology and stuff. They're just
Absolutely.
a lot of symbols and totem poles or whatever. So you've experienced cryptids. You said did you say ghosts too, or?
Yeah, I've had a couple spiritual encounters. Yeah, with spirits. What did I have? Two that I described here in the show, and there was another one that I described that it actually happened to a lady, and I may have freed a spirit possibly by finding something in her house.
Wow. And UFOs as well?
Yeah, I got that, but that might be something for your channel later, because that's what happened. Well, I'm just going to give you a preview on that one. But in 2016, I actually met a couple of ladies, and they confided in me about a I can't even say the word, hybridization project.
Hybridization. Yeah.
Not only them, but their mother before them. And I had no sooner met these ladies. I'm going to save this for another day, but I'll just give her a quick preview on this.
Mm-hmm.
Later on that day, I saw a craft. And later on that night, which was actually early the next morning, I had an encounter with a 4-foot owl on the way to work. And I had several hours missing time.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Something really crazy happened after that, and I'm going to save it because it's just too crazy and complicated to even get into today. It's bad enough I still have another major story I'd like to get in, and that's the one about me when I fell through the river at 11 years old.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that.
Fell through the river? Oh, with ice?
Yes. Yeah,
that's
I fell
scary,
through the
buddy.
ice.
You're lucky you're here.
And I think, I came back. And I came back in a way that I didn't think would be possible. And what I found where I went was, I don't even know if this is reality. The
You mean what we're in right now?
The Matrix, I don't think it's too far off. I really do. We could be living in an artificial reality. Because
Eddie, I agree with that.
Where I went was more real than what we assume reality is. And,
I've heard so many people say that before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you want to, I'll we can go down the rabbit hole right now, unless you want to save it for another day.
Oh, no.
And we got plenty
I'll
of time.
take you down.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah.
I was just saying, Eddie, I agree. I just think it's not like a computer matrix, more like a conscious matrix type thing, if that makes any sense.
Exactly. A construct, right. In fact, sometimes I question myself all the time. Am I creating this reality?
We are. I talked about that yesterday, actually. I got a lot into frequencies and law of attraction and just the manifestation. Well, a little bit. I'm going to talk about a lot of stuff like that on my channel.
Absolutely.
But, I'm all into that. As a matter of fact, that's what I was into before I even found out about UFOs being real. And I was going to say real quick, or ask you, how long have you been an experiencer?
Well, my first experience is the one I was about to go into, and I was 11 years old when this happened to me, when I fell through the ice. The only thing that ever happened previous to that, at a very early age, I used to have the same dream every night. Some of my earliest childhood memories, I would have the same dream over and over. And then I started having a second dream. And I think both of these dreams it was almost like a movie of my two previous lives. And something that happened when I fell through the ice at 11 directly related to one of these dreams that I had over and over. Some of my earliest childhood memories, where I'd go to bed at night and I'd wake up and I'd have the same dream over and over. I remember being like 4 or 5 years old and having this awful dream. It was me dying, and I'd run to my parents' room, and jump under their covers. That worked a couple times, but then it was, Eddie, go back to bed, And but yeah, my first experience was when I went through the ice at 11. But I had these reoccurring dreams from, say, the age of 4, right up through my age of 11. And, when I first started having these dreams, I did not understand them. But as the more I analyzed them, because the more I had them every night, and I saw that it was me. It was me as an older man. And it was when I died. Both of these dreams, I died. I'd watched myself die in a previous life.
Wow.
And one of these individuals in this dream is going to be part of this next experience. I think the man in this dream, he was where I went, so to speak. And if you want me to start describing this story, it's up to you if you want to jump into this one now.
Yeah, actually, let's wait for Josh to come back in. He must have hit the wrong button.
Oh, we lost Josh.
Or his phone died. We'll see what happened. But yeah, I'm totally down. I might have to go use the restroom for a second, but I'm down for another story for sure.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Josh
This might take us. I'm thinking it might take a half hour.
Okay. Let me send him the link one more time in case that's what he needs.
Like I said, Chad, I have no clue because I really can't get into the chat room here, without screwing up my screen. But
yeah.
I was just curious, how many people you have in the chat today?
Looks like 13 right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But to be honest, most people tell me that this is on too early, and then I'll get like 13 people in here, and then take a nap and wake up from my nap, and it'll say like 150 to 200 viewers. So a lot of people listen to it after I go to sleep.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are listening to your show later. In fact, I found myself doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Normally I'd never be up at this time, but I've actually been on an extended vacation. I had vacation time, and I've been on vacation now for like 6 weeks.
Oh, that can't be.
I had a situation where they said, "Look, I had all this accumulated time," and they said, "You take it now, or you're taking it away." So I said, "Okay, I'll see you in 2 months," and out the door I went. They were like, "Hey, where are you going?"
If it doesn't affect your sleep time, Chad, you can move it up an hour. Come on at 6 your time.
Yeah, actually, my job is talking about maybe doing some mandatory overtime, so I'd have to work 2 hours later than I normally do, and then I would definitely have to move the. So I'm thinking after this first of the year, I'm going to move it to like 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, as far as my schedule goes, I generally would go in at like 11 at night, get out at 6 in the morning, only a few nights a week. I just work part-time just to stay active more than anything. It isn't about the money. And when I come home from work at 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm straight to bed. You know what I'm saying? I'm right to bed. Yeah. And I usually sleep until like maybe 12 or 1, and then I get up.
That's when I go to sleep.
Yeah, and then if I have to, say, work that night, it might be like 5 or 6 in the afternoon. I'll go jump in bed again for a few hours before I go to work.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird, but I think that kind of works for me because I don't work it every day. I think if I worked it every day, like for years, I used to work overnight driving a truck, and I would come home and I'd stay up for a few hours like you, Chad, before I went to bed.
Yeah.
It's a little different now, though.
Cosmic in the chat room, she said that those are not dreams that you're having. That's astral traveling.
Yeah, I love that. It made me think about what if that dream I told you guys about me seeing my grandfather, if I was actually astral traveling. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
Yeah, it makes sense, but like I said, as a little boy having these repeated dreams, it was almost like when I was a very little boy, I came into this world, and some of my earliest memories were I felt very out of place. I really did. I couldn't understand two things. How come people didn't ride horses, and how come everyone didn't have a schooner? It made no sense. I
How come
figured
they didn't have
everyone
a what? What was the second thing?
A schooner, which is a sailboat or a sloop.
Oh,
I'm sorry. What did I miss? Did you popped up in a past life? Is that what
Well,
you're?
you see, in a past life, one of the dreams I had, I actually died in a boat coming off a schooner. I was laying in the bottom of a lifeboat when I floated out of my body and died. That was one of the dreams, and the other one was a dream that, astral projection. It was about living a life of horses, and it was a strange thing because when I was a little boy, it's like no one had to teach me how to ride a horse. I already knew. And the same
That's
thing
amazing.
with sailing. Same thing with sailing. I started sailing at 6 years old, and I already knew how to sail. No one had to teach me.
I tell Chad that about me with hunting. I'm the same way with hunting. I don't know how I just had it figured out the very first time I went out there. There's lots of people that have hunted that have never killed a deer or even seen a legal one. And for me, it's just it's nature. It's secondhand. It's easy to do. We're born with those skills, and you're right, Eddie. It might come from reincarnation.
Yeah,
I just saw this
I'm a
crazy
firm
video.
believer. But
Sorry.
after you hear this story, you'll definitely understand why I believe in reincarnation. And I'm convinced that I'm on my third life right now. And from what I can estimate, this is the oldest I've ever been. In my previous two lives, the one that involved horses, I was probably dead 30 years old. And the one where I was a sailor and I died in a lifeboat, or actually a launch. I was being taken off the ship. I was ill, and I was laid in the bottom of a lifeboat, and we were heading into the shore to get me some medical attention when I died.
wow.
And in that dream, I estimate I was maybe 50.
Oh.
Huh.
So,
That is so interesting.
so
Yeah,
I'd have to
especially
say,
the fact you can-
I think I'm on my third life right now. I really do.
The fact you can recall your exact age in that dream, in those dreams, that really stands out to
I
me.
had these two dreams so many times, or astral projections so many times, that I overanalyzed them. I could see myself. At first, like I said, when I first started having these dreams, they were nightmares. And as I got older, I would be able to go to bed at night knowing that I was going to have this dream, and I would be able to analyze it. And it became a point where I'd be watching it from different angles. And it got to the point where I was inside looking out. I was the guy in the lifeboat. Whereas there was a time where I was actually almost like watching a movie, watching from above the lifeboat. And then there became a time where I was watching from the guy in the lifeboat.
Wow.
And so it just to me, I'm just totally convinced. There's no one's going to tell me otherwise, that there is somehow or another your soul, your conscience, it goes on. And I think it might be. How can I explain this? But these two past lives were in a geographical area similar to where I am now. They both happened in the same geographical area I'm in now. And I think maybe we may go through different lives with the same souls around us.
Before you start, Eddie, before you fell through the ice, you were having these dreams already, correct?
Yes. I had these dreams when I was little.
Okay.
And then something in one of these dreams, there was actually, I mentioned how in this previous life that I was in a lifeboat. And there was a man in the lifeboat. He was one of the guys rowing it. Now picture this. You see, you come off a schooner at probably 1850, and I was lowered into a lifeboat. There's a man at a tiller, okay, which is at the rear of the boat, and then there's like 6 guys rowing this boat. It would be called a launch or a lifeboat, and it's to go between the ship, which was a small schooner, to where they were bringing me on shore, which is for medical attention. And the man, one of the men rowing that boat, he turns up in my afterlife experience, or my trip to the other side, which I can jump right into now if you want.
Might be like your spirit guide.
Well, I put it this way. We definitely had some kind of a connection in this life and a previous one. And do I know who he is? No, but I think we were tight in a former life. Was he a relative? Was he a good friend? But when he was rowing that boat towards the shore to medical attention, he was crying. So, excuse me.
You said he was crying?
Yes. Yeah. So, you know,
are you talking about you were the other person?
I think he was crying. I was watching him row the boat. I was laying there looking at him. He was crying. I think we were very tight. I think we were very close, this man. And I'm going to describe him now because this next experience, he's going to come up. And I always called him the man man with the big beard. He was a big burly man with long hair and a long beard. And when he was rowing the lifeboat, all the other guys in the lifeboat, you know, they just had like shirts and light coats on. He had a long coat on, like a long leather coat, like almost like a trench coat, but a heavy leather trench coat. And he was the man closest to me when I passed away in the floor of that lifeboat. And he turns up in this next experience. If you can kind of remember the man with the beard, that's the only way I can really describe him. But he's going to come up a couple times in this next story, because not only did I see him on the other side, you know, something else happened. And he came back to me a few years later. And if you want me to jump into it, Chad, I will.
Absolutely, Eddie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Eddie, real quick, Eddie, have you ever heard of the star seeds, or like the soul contract? I heard that from Dolores Cannon.
I have heard of it, but I really can't say I know a lot about it.
I mean, it kind of fits in with the whole reincarnation thing, but it's kind of like you're reincarnated here to do a specific purpose, or to, you know, serve some kind of cause. I was just wondering if you were
curious. You just nailed that, Josh. You just definitely nailed that, because I've always had that feeling that I always question myself, you know, why am I here? And, you know, there's got to be a reason for this. There's got to be a reason for this happening. You know, I always have that question running through my head.
Did you feel out of place before you found out that you were having these experiences? Like, did you just feel like something was off with the reality?
Describe that a little different again.
I mean, like before you became an experiencer very young, so it might be different. I was asking if things felt off, like if just, you know, things just, you felt like there was something that wasn't quite right. So I've asked a few people that. Okay.
Yes, I always felt that way. And like, I don't know if you heard what I was saying, when some of my earliest memories, I just couldn't understand why everyone wasn't riding a horse and why everyone didn't have a sailboat. Because I can't, you know, I felt out of place at a very young age. I did. You know, and of course life progresses and you start school, you know, your thoughts change. But I always had a feeling. Why am I here? I always thought there was a bigger picture. And especially after this next experience happened to me, I just have a feeling that there's something in store, kind of. There's a bigger picture. There's something going to happen. There's a reason I'm here. And I just get that feeling a lot. I meditate a lot, too. I do a lot of meditation.
It could be to tell this story, Eddie.
Yeah, feel free to.
Well, that's a possibility, but okay, I'm going to jump into it.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so where I grew up, in the town I grew up, it was in eastern Massachusetts, not too far from Salem. And little kid. This would be 1971, and I was 11 years old, and it was an age where I was starting to get independent. And my mother knew that. And my mother was in the nursing fields, and she felt I was old enough now that I could come home after school, be alone for a few hours, and so she decided to go back to work. So this was actually one of the first few days where I actually came home without my mom being in the house. So I felt really independent. And about a week earlier, a neighbor had given me a little pair of cross-country skis that he had outgrown, little wooden cross-country skis. And of course, being a kid in 1971, we all had a bicycle, we all had a football, a basketball, a baseball, and a bat. That's it for toys. We didn't have computers. We didn't have, we had a couple board games. And the little pair of skis, I was like, yeah, this is great. I'm going to do some cross-country skiing. And so I had this little pair of wooden skis, but I had no way to strap them on my feet. So what I did, I went out in the barn, and I found an old inner tube. If you guys know what Sonny would know what an inner tube is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But, years ago, there used to be a tube inside the tire. And there was an old inner tube hanging on the wall. And I cut it into strips. And I made like a bunch of big elastics, more or less. And I used these to make bindings, to strap these little cross-country skis on my feet. And I did a really good job because they weren't coming off. And if you ever saw the movie, what's that? A Christmas Story.
Oh
Little
yeah.
Ralphie.
Yeah. Classic. Yeah.
Remember the little boots Ralphie had with the black with buckles? If you remember the boots little Ralphie was wearing in that
I think
movie.
so. Yeah.
I had
Okay.
similar boots to that. They were like winter boots kids wore in the 60s, And so they were pretty tight on my legs and they buckled. And I had these little cross-country skis on, and out behind my house was conservation area. And as soon as I hit the back end of the yard at my house, it went right into a swampy area, a lot of swamp grass, but there was water there. And a lot of times I could put my ice skates on and go skating right out of the backyard. And if I skated out there, there was a river. And it connected like 3 small ponds together. And all the kids would go out there and play hockey on these 3 small ponds. But what happened on this particular day was it had snowed, and we had about a foot of snow, so skating was out of the question. So I decided, I'm going to try out these little cross-country skis. So I bound them on my feet and my boots, and I went out through the back, out through the swampy area, headed towards that river. Now, a lot of kids would skate up and down this river. It wasn't like a river that was a strong current. It was kind of like a small river that kind of connected these 3 ponds together. But it was deep. And there was places where it was spring-fed. So I went out there and I got onto the river itself. And all of a sudden I must have skied right over a spring. And the ice just collapsed all around me. And you got to remember, I was only 11. I don't think I weighed, what the hell do you weigh? Maybe 65, 70 pounds at the most.
That'd be terrifying.
And I was that light, and still the ice so I must have been right on top of a spring. And down through the ice I went, and I was right up to my neck. And I struggled, and every time I got to the edge of the ice, it would break off. And I was running out of energy. And I remember spying like a big clump of like cat nine-tails and grass kind of towards the edge of the river. But it was still deep water there because on the other side of the edge of the river was a swamp and, just a lot of water. But I managed to work my way over. As the ice was breaking, I managed to work my way over to this clump of grass and like cat nine-tails.
Oh, so you hadn't gone completely under yet?
I had been keeping my head above water. But the problem I was having was every time I got to the edge of the ice, it would just break off on me.
Yeah, and
And
instead
you're
of
heavy
breaking off
too.
and leaving it flat, it breaks and leaves you a ramp to crawl up that's slicker than snot, guys. You can't get out.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
and you're a lot heavier too with those clothes being
and you
soaking
gotta
wet.
and you gotta remember this. I'm wearing a winter coat. It's soaking wet. I've
Mhm.
got boots on that are full of water. I got 2 skis on, strapped to my feet, and I was trying to get my skis off. I couldn't get the skis off, and so I managed to work my way. And the ice break, and I remember getting my right hand on these cat nine tails, like a clump of grass. And I had been in the water, I'm estimating maybe 10 minutes. And I didn't have the energy. I had
Take your time.
completely exhausted myself.
Frozen too.
And the last thing I remember of this reality was I had my right hand on that clump of grass, but I knew I couldn't pull myself out. Excuse me. Let me compose myself
You're fine, buddy.
here. Yeah, it's not, even now, it's been, you're talking 50 years ago, it's still difficult.
I can imagine. That sounds like the craziest struggle ever, and you're out there by yourself too.
And I was all alone, yeah. I was all alone out there. And the next thing I remember, hold on a second, I gotta just compose myself a second. The next thing I remember, I was above my body and I was looking down at myself. And I was probably 30 feet in the air looking down.
You could see yourself in the water?
I could see myself. I could see myself in the water. So I didn't know then, but I remember looking down and I remember saying to myself, my mother's gonna kill me. I hate to say it. It was the last thing I remembered in this life. Okay.
Well,
Okay,
that's
I'm
not what I
trying to
expected
compose
you to say.
myself because just right, guys. Honestly, it's like it happened yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I have to take a second here.
That's what people say is the stuff that happens to them like this. It's not like it's a faint memory. It's usually very vivid, and it seems like it was just yesterday.
Absolutely. This is I was a little innocent boy. I was way too young for this.
Yeah.
Okay, I was way too young for this to happen.
Right.
So the next thing I know, I'm about 30 feet above my body, and I'm watching myself, and I could see my hand holding on that clump, and I could see my head, and it was in the water. And next thing you know, I was in a white cloud, and there was light. It never went dark. I was in a white cloud. Now, even though I had been looking down at my body, I felt the presence of a body. I felt like I was still in a body, but I was inside a white cloud. In fact, I could feel the cold. I could still feel the cold. It was light. It was mist in this white cloud. I could feel the mist on my face in this white cloud. And it seemed I was in this white cloud for not more than a minute. It was about the point I said, is this it? Is this what's going to be? Am I dead? Is this all there is to death? Am I going to be in a white cloud? This is the end. When all of a sudden, the white cloud below me started to spread. And I could see. And now I'm looking down and I'm seeing a beautiful green pasture. And I'm looking at an old stone wall and a dirt road. And right below me, this, as bizarre as this seems, guys, right below me is a wagon. And I'm talking a wagon like it back in the 1800s, before there were cars. You'd have a wagon where you'd put people in and ride into town type of a thing. We might have 1 or 2 seats in it. This particular one had 1, but there was no horses in front of it. And I came right down out of this white cloud, And as soon as I come out of that white cloud, like I said, I had the presence of a body, and I could smell. I could, as soon as I come out of there, I could smell the flowers in the field. I could smell the grass. And I could feel the warmth. When I landed, I come right down, I landed in the seat of that wagon, very gently, like someone was, like took their hands and just placed me in that wagon. And I'm sitting on this bench seat, and I could feel the warmth, you know. I had such sensation, and everything was so vivid. I could see to my left, I was on top of a hill. To my left, I had a body of water. It was either a lake or a river because I could see the tree line on the other side. So I knew it wasn't the ocean. On my right, I had a big, beautiful green pasture and a stone wall. And what I looked at right away, I noticed there wasn't any animals, because usually when you see a big pasture, you would expect to see cows or a horse. There were no horses on front of this wagon. It was just me on top of this hill on this wagon, but it just felt so comforting. It went from being a white cloud to like I slipped out of a pocket. It's like I slipped through a pocket. It's the best way I can describe it. So to me,
so you formed a new body? Is that what you're saying?
well, I never felt like I was without my body, Josh.
But did
Even
you
though
feel
I looked
physical?
down when I died, I looked down, I saw my body there. When I was up there looking down, I felt the presence of my body. When I got into that wagon, I had a body. I was never without a body.
Wow.
It's the only way I can really describe it.
When you were in the wagon, it felt physical.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I could feel the warmth. Like I said, I came out of a misty white cloud where I could actually feel the cold. Now I come down into a wagon where I could feel the warmth of the seat, like on a summer day when you sit on a chair that's been in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was so vivid. Like I said, you know, the grass was so green, and the stone wall was so vibrant, and the tree lines, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. And at this point, I realized that this is more reality than what I just left. That's how I felt. I said, which is reality? Am I in reality now, or did I just leave it? I felt this was reality.
Can you go into that more? Like, what made it feel more real? Like, were the colors more vibrant, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I said this. Remember, Chad, I just said the same thing about my dream the other day about the grass. Before I saw my grandfather, I said it was really bright green, and I felt like I could smell the grass. And
right.
I mean, all my senses felt like they were.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the best way to describe it, Josh. My senses were heightened. You know,
heightened. Yeah.
My smell. You know, I could just smell the flowers. I could smell the grass. You know, I could smell the trees. You know, I mean, it seems just, you know, this is the true reality. That's what it felt like. It felt like I left maybe not a real reality, and this is the true reality. But at that moment, I really wasn't thinking too much about it. But like I said, I had the presence of a body, and I had smell and everything. The only thing I noticed right away was no animals. And, you know, I thought it was peculiar that I'm in a wagon that looked like it was supposed to be pulled by a horse, and there's no horse, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, here we are. And so now I'm sitting in a wagon at the top of a hill. The wagon starts rolling. The wagon starts rolling down the hill. It's like a dirt road,
nothing pulling it.
There's nothing pulling it. It's just going. Wow. It's just rolling down the hill. And I'm
Here we go.
I'm sitting on a bench seat. And a very comfortable bench seat. Like I said, I had been cold in a cloud. Now I'm on a nice warm bench seat. I was very comfortable. Very comfortable. I felt so comfortable. And the wagon rolled down a hill. And it was a very smooth hill, and it was a very controlled roll. Like there was someone holding it back, you know, because the hill, it was a hill. And I mean, if you just pushed a wagon down the hill, forget it.
It'd be a disaster.
This thing just went down the hill like it was on a track, you know, a car track.
Disney ride or something.
Yeah. So I get down the bottom, and now I can see a row of houses. And when I say a row of houses, kind of picture if you were watching an old Western and they had like a wooden sidewalk with a roof over it in front of the houses. Does that make sense to
Oh
you?
yeah, yep. Like on a western, in a
Yeah,
western
like on a
town or something.
Western movie almost, right. And there
Mm-hmm.
was a row of houses and they were two-story and they looked like, how can you say it? Like apartment houses almost, but wood, two stories. They
Mm-hmm.
weren't overly huge or overly small. And there was about five of them in a row on my right. And as I came down the hill, there's a man, actually there was two men, standing on the left side of the road, and the wagon came to a stop right in front of the first house, which was they were like all connected together with this wooden sidewalk, and there was a roof over the sidewalk, kind of like a porch roof
Hmm.
over the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And so when the wagon stopped, first thing I did, I looked to my left. There's two men standing there. Guy standing there with a long beard. Yeah, right off the bat, I said, that's the guy from the lifeboat. Right? Right off the
Did that
bat.
make you feel comforting at all? Even more comfortable than just
It
being
did.
warm?
It did, but before I could even look at him or nothing, I looked to my right, and there's a man standing there. He looks at me. He looks at the doorway of the first building, and then he looks back at me. And I had like this telepathic message that he wanted me to step inside the doorway.
Mm.
Always the doorways.
So this is on the right side of the wagon. Now, about a year before this happened, there was an old couple who lived in my neighborhood. And the man was kind of like, he was like kind of like the Scrooge guy. The only thing that mattered to him was money. He was always angry. He was a miserable bastard, more or less.
Yeah.
And him and his wife had both lived near me, and they both had passed away probably within the last year or so. On the other hand, his wife was like, she was like everyone's grandma. She was the nicest old lady you'd ever want to meet. They were like complete opposites. She was the lady on Halloween that always made a special treat for the kids. She was just a wonderful lady. She was actually a nurse during World War II, and everyone
wow.
loved her. Everyone loved this old lady, but everyone hated her husband. They were like complete opposites. So anyway, this is
That yin
where
yang.
Yep.
this is, yes, but it gets so freaking crazy right here. If it isn't crazy enough, I take one step inside the doorway. The first person I see is the old guy, Billy. His name was Billy. And like I said, he had been a neighbor. And as soon as he saw me, he became so angry. And he starts yelling and screaming at me. But the thing was, it was telepathic. He wasn't
wow.
opening his mouth, yelling and screaming at me. But I knew, it was like I knew what he was saying without, like his thoughts were just going right into my head.
Yeah.
And I can't explain this either, but as he yelled at me, his face morphed into a young man.
Well, that's interesting.
And he was so angry that I was there. He was saying, this is paraphrasing, but it was some of what he was trying to say to me was, I didn't belong here. What are you doing here? He was very angry. You're not supposed to be here. Stuff like this.
Mm.
And
I was about to ask
he
you that.
he morphed into a young man. And I said, I don't know if I moved my mouth or not, but I said, you don't have to do that for me, Billy. And he morphed back into an old man again. Why, I don't know, but it's part of what I saw.
Wow, I could probably spend a whole week thinking about that one situation right there.
Yeah, I'm a guy who overanalyzes things, and I could really never really figure that one out. So anyway, if this wasn't crazy enough, all of a sudden I see his wife, who was that sweet old lady every kid in the neighborhood loved.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw her, I said, oh, I thought this. I didn't say it. I thought this oh, there's Emma. I must be in heaven. Because I knew she was the nicest lady I ever knew. So I just assumed she was in heaven. But I thought it. I didn't say it. And she answered me, says, no, Eddie, I decided to stay with Billy. Like she
Oh,
was
wow.
there on her own choice, and Billy didn't have a choice, is the feeling I got.
Wow.
Like
Like
Billy
she
was
could have
stuck in
been
this
somewhere
realm.
else. She was an angel. You know what I'm saying? She was a living angel. And when I saw
Yeah.
her, I thought, I didn't say it. I thought to myself, I must be in heaven as soon as I saw Emma.
Wow.
And
Wow,
it turned out
that's crazy.
that she answered, she must have been able to read my thought. And it was at this point that I realized that, you know, communication here is telepathic. She read my
Yeah.
thought.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. She read my
Um,
thought. I didn't have to say anything. So anyway, she told me she chose to stay with Billy. Okay. Now, one thing I missed here, I just remembered that when I first got out of that wagon, there was two men standing to the left, and when I had looked down the street before I went through the doorway, I saw another man walking up the street towards the wagon, and I just had a feeling that this man wanted to talk to me when he got there. And the man walking up the street looked exactly like the man standing there with the beard. Okay, there was a man standing with the guy with the beard right on my left when I got out of the wagon. These two men looked exactly the same. Okay. Now, as soon as Emma said I decided to stay with Billy, all of a sudden, I was only one step inside this doorway. There was a staircase in the back, and another man came down from that staircase. And he looked exactly like the two men who looked exactly alike
a
standing
third
outside.
one? So
now
three doppelgangers?
I had three men
Wow.
that all looked identical.
Wow,
Okay?
that's crazy.
And there's an actor, if you can remember Fredo from the movie The Godfather, or if you ever saw the movie Dog Day Afternoon with Al Pacino.
I've seen Godfather. I can't think off the top of my head who you're talking about. That's crazy.
He looked. These three men who looked exactly alike. They looked like. I think the actor's name was John.
I'm trying to remember what character he was in the movie.
He played Fredo. Fredo was the oldest brother in The Godfather. He was the one who was a little soft.
Yeah, I remember.
If I could compare them to anyone, that's who they look like. It was after this happened, you know, The Godfather didn't come out for, I don't know, 5 or 6 more years. But the first time I saw the movie Dog Day Afternoon, the same actor was in that movie. I think his name might have been like John Lorenz, maybe. I forget the actor's name, but that's who he looked like from the movie. He was the co-star with Al Pacino in the movie Dog Day Afternoon. But these three men all reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Later, you know, when I saw the movie later.
Three is a very significant number. I'm sure you know that.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, and like paranormal or supernatural and UFO stuff, but also just like it mathematically and science and everything. It always seems to be threes. I keep noticing that.
So
like whenever someone's talking about a ghost or a UFO, either one.
There he is. Yeah, that's the guy. John. What's his name?
It starts with a C.
His real name in real life, I think it's John.
Cazale.
That's it. John Cazale.
Cazale.
Yeah. That's a good name. All three men look very similar to him.
Weird.
It's one of the best movies ever made.
So anyway, the third man, who looked just like the first two who were outside near the wagon, he come down a staircase in the back of that room. He walked right up to me and he said, "You know you can't stay here, don't you?" Excuse me. "You know you can't stay here, don't you?" And I had no argument with that. And he kind of looked towards the doorway and kind of like telling me that to step outside the door. And there's the other two men that look just like him, and there's a man there with a beard who is now sitting in the wagon where he was standing there. And as far as I'm concerned, this was the guy from the lifeboat who was rowing and crying.
And now he's in the wagon?
Now he's in the wagon. And basically they're telling me to get back in the wagon because I can't stay there. So I sit right beside
Oh, wow.
them.
That's great. That makes me think of like Greek mythology and the River of Styx. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
You sound
like you're getting. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Really
I'm just
cool
going to
imagery in
stop
my
for a
head.
second. You guys are getting me. I'm not losing you anywhere, am I? I'm just trying to be as. I'm just trying to be
We're
as
with you when
descriptive.
you sat next to the man in the wagon.
Exactly. Okay. I just wanted to make sure everyone's understanding.
Oh, yeah.
You said you're about to get on a boat.
Or any
You're
questions.
painting a very good picture, man. It's very vivid in my mind. I can see it.
Okay.
Very well. Yep.
Yeah, that's my
You said
goal.
they're asking you to get back on the boat, right? Isn't the last thing you said?
Wagon.
Get wagon.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah.
I
So,
heard
Man
so
within the boat.
when I turn
Okay.
around, I step
Okay.
outside the doorway back onto that porch, and I'm taking a couple steps toward the wagon. There's the man with the beard already sitting in the wagon. On the other side of the wagon is I have one of the men that looks like the other two, okay? And then the other two men who looked alike were both, one of them was next to me and one was standing on this side of the wagon. Okay, so all three of them are now with me and the guy with the beard. And basically, at that moment, I get back in the wagon, and the guy with the beard is just staring straight ahead. But it looked like I detected just like a little bit of eye movement, like he kind of just glanced towards me a little without turning his head.
Mm-hmm.
And I might be paraphrasing a little here, but it was he said something to me which was once again telepathic, and he said, "You had to die so I could go back and make amends," if that makes any sense. But for some reason, this man with the beard had to return with me.
And the man with the beard is the one that was on the boat with you in the beginning?
Right, in that dream. Right. My earliest childhood memories, he was the man rowing the boat, crying in a previous life.
Oh my
now
God.
he's in the wagon with me, and we're going back. They're telling me I can't stay here.
Right.
I assume I'm going back at this point. I think I'm going back. Because they said I couldn't stay here. Wait a second, I gotta just compose myself.
This is giving me so much to think about. I'm gonna be thinking about this for holy smokes.
Yeah.
Like,
And this is all happening while you're underwater, right?
Well, while this is happening, my body is laying in a river.
Yeah.
With his
intense.
he said he could look down and see his right hand just still grasping onto the.
You got all that right? How
Yep.
I left,
Oh, yeah.
Josh. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure everyone's following. So anyway, here I am. So I'm sitting in the wagon with the man with the beard. The man in the beard telepathically tells me that I had to die. It wasn't like someone had to die. It was I had to die for him to go back. And that's where I said there's some kind of a soul connection here. Because there wasn't anyone had to die for him to go back, but it was me.
He was connected to you somehow.
Somehow there was a connection that I had to be the one to die.
Wow.
So, as bizarre as this sounds, the wagon starts rolling, and the wagon rolls back up the hill. Never left the wagon. When we got to the top of the hill, I was back in the white mist.
Oh, wow.
Okay? Now, the next thing you know, it didn't seem very long. It seemed like I was in the white mist a very short time. It seemed shorter than when I left. The next thing you know, I see myself in the water, and it was like I shot, like out of a rifle, into my body in the river.
Oh, wow.
And I opened my eyes, and I had the sensation of being lifted by my armpits and tossed out of the water. Okay? And my next recollection is I'm now like 10 feet from the broken ice, soaking wet, face down. I had one ski on my foot, and one must have fell off in the water. And with that one ski, I wanted to roll over because I was expecting to see the man in the beard.
Yeah.
But because of that one ski on my foot, it was and also a foot of snow. Now I'm like 10 feet from that broken ice. As I went to roll over, I heard him speak to me that he would return when it was his time to leave. I'm kind of paraphrasing because, like I said, it's been 50 years, but he's basically was letting me know that at some point I'm going to have to die again. Because he's going.
Wait, so you heard him, but you didn't see any. There was no physical person there that pulled you out.
Yeah, picture this. I'm soaking wet. I'm face down in snow. I had just been tossed out of the hole, face first, into about a foot of snow. I've got one ski on, and one ski was in the water. And if you try and roll over with a ski on, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, by the time I rolled over, he was gone. But I heard him speak to me that at some point he had to come back to make amends. And at some point, he's going to have to leave again, which means I'm going to have to die again. He basically told me that at some point he's going to see me again because I'm going to have to die again for him to return. Now, I have no clue why. I think I know why I had to die. I had to die for him to come back.
Right.
But I have no reason. I have no knowledge of why he had to return. Did he do something awful? Did he have to come back and make something wrong right? I don't know.
Do you think it may have had something to do with not just him but you as well? Like he had to come back with you for him and for you as well.
That's a possibility. And like I said, Josh, because I had the dream and he was in it, from an early childhood, there was some connection to me and this man with the beard.
Yeah, and I'm sure that changed
some connection.
That changed your whole life afterwards, right?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it. I can't say what that connection was. I think we were tight in a previous life, and maybe we were relatives or something. I don't know. But at any rate, I did not get out of that hole by myself, is the point I'm trying to make. I did not get out of that hole. Right. I didn't get out of that ice.
Right.
He lifted me out of that water.
Man.
And you said you had one ski on, right?
I still had one ski on. Yeah, I still had a ski.
I'm picturing somebody trying to crawl, they pull herself out of water with the ski on it. That's got to be difficult.
Yeah, it's impossible. Probably impossible.
I didn't get out of that water.
Right.
I got out of that water.
That's a loaded story.
So here I am. But there's a little more if you want me to continue.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, there's a lot more if you got time.
Well.
There's a lot more. I'm trying to be descriptive,
Yeah.
I'm trying not to lose you.
You're not losing us. That's why we have no time limit here, because I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, we gotta go. We gotta leave and go to commercial or something. I just want you to just.
Okay, we're gonna finish this up then.
Yeah,
but it'll be a little bit. I got a little ways to go here.
That's fine. Seatbelts are still on.
So I got one ski on, and I rolled over, and I managed to get myself in a sitting position. I'm just soaking wet, and it's probably like maybe 25 degrees out. My little black boots were, full of water. Mm-hmm. And what I did at that point, that's when I saw my other ski in the water. It was wood and it floated. I wasn't going nowhere near that water. I ripped that other ski off my foot and threw it in the water. There was no way I was going near that hole.
Yeah.
Okay. And I said, what good one ski? And I took that ski that was on my foot and I ripped it off. Once I got all the rubber bands off from the inner tube there and got the binding off, I just hucked that ski in the water and I stood right up. And I was just soaking wet. And as I started walking, it was so cold that my clothes were starting to freeze.
Yeah.
and I walked back across the swampy area off the river and back towards my house. And at that point, once again, it was like the last memory I had was, my mom's going to kill me. Now I had that same memory in my head again. My mom's going to kill me. And my goal now was to get in the house and get off of those clothes before my mother found out that I was come home from work. And,
And you're 11 years old, right?
I'm 11, yeah.
11.
And so we had a mud room on the back door of the house there, and I went right in there. First thing I did, I ripped off all my clothes. And I took all my clothes and I brought them downstairs. And I threw them right in the dryer. And I sat down there. I remember sitting in the cellar of this old house waiting for my clothes to dry, because, I wasn't a rich kid to speak of, and the coat I was wearing was the coat I basically needed for school in the morning. And if my mother saw it all wet, I knew I was going to get my ass kicked. If she knew I was out there in that river, she's going to kick my ass, you know what I'm saying? And so I got all my clothes dry and everything, and, I sitting there thinking about what happened to myself. And, my mom come home and everything, and I had everything dry, and everything was cool. And, it was crazy, but, that's how it went. But
when all that happened, were you thinking more about the fact that you almost drowned, or were you thinking about the dream? Like, did it all come back? I mean, how did that feel for you?
Well, I knew where I had been, put it that way. When I got out of that hole, I was tossed out of that hole, Josh. You know what I'm saying?
So you remembered everything immediately?
I remember everything. That's why I'm telling you right now, because everything I told you,
immediately afterwards.
I remember this whole thing like it was yesterday.
I mean, did it come to you like immediately right after the incident, though?
As soon as I shot back into my body, I knew where I had been.
Wow.
But I shot back into my body. When I saw my body, it was like someone shot me out of a gun, out of a white cloud, and right into my body. But at any rate, so here I am. I'm 11. Life goes on. And at this point, Chad, I want you to pop up a picture. You'll see a picture of a bridge. If you have those pictures.
Yep. I just gotta pull it up here.
Collapsed bridge. And what happened was the years went by, and there was no sign of the man. And now I was 20. Let me think. No, I think I was 27. If you can find that picture of the bridge.
Yeah, I'm trying here. Is it the? Okay, I've got two pictures of a bridge.
Yeah, you can put up either one.
Okay.
Okay. But the man came back to me at this point, and I was 27. Yes. Yeah. There you go. That was pretty horrifying in itself, right here. This was April of 1987, and up here in New England, it had been raining for weeks. We had just tons of water, and at the time, I was driving chemical tankers. Now, at the time, I met this man with the beard. I was 11. Now I'm 27 years old. I'm driving a tanker truck, and it was a Friday night. And I was driving west. This is New York State Thruway you're looking at. This is somewhere between, I think it's between Schenectady and Utica. And this is what's called the Schoharie Creek. And I had driven this New York Thruway thousands of times. You'd usually drive over this bridge, you'd look down, you'd see this little creek. Okay? It had been raining so hard for so long, you can see the water way up in the trees and everything.
Yeah.
And I had been going westbound on a Friday night, and I went over this creek, and I couldn't believe how much water. It was still raining cats and dogs. It's been raining for 3 weeks. When I left the Boston area, it was crazy. I was driving through floods everywhere. So anyway, I think I was taking a load of chemicals. I think I was going, if I recall, I think I was going to Rochester, New York. And I was going to Eastman Kodak out there, delivering a load of chemicals that I had loaded in Boston. And I couldn't, when I saw this water, it was almost up to the road deck when I was headed west. And I got into Rochester, I think it was about midnight. And back in those days, Rochester, New York, the whole town was Eastman Kodak. You know, it was a huge company back then.
Hmm.
And they unloaded my truck as soon as I got there. I remember taking a nap, and I headed back east again because what I had to do, I had to be back in Boston, pretty much before noon the next day to pick up another load. So basically, I took a nap, and I was going to drive east down the thruway. So I had left Rochester, New York, and I had driven, I'm thinking, I think it was about 2.5 hours or so. And I really needed a coffee. And up ahead was a service area, had a Burger King. And I was just about to slow down to pull into this rest area. And all of a sudden I heard a voice say, "Don't stop." And I looked, and in my passenger seat is the man with the beard. He's sitting in my passenger seat, looking straight ahead out the window. I looked forward again. I looked back. He's still sitting there. I looked forward. I looked again. He was gone. He said, "Don't stop." That's all he said. So I didn't pull into the service area. I kept on driving. Naturally, I was shaken up, but I was also very tired. And I didn't know at the time, wow, I haven't seen that man since I was a little boy. But I took his word to heart, and I didn't stop, and I kept on driving. Now, when I got to this bridge, headed eastbound, I was halfway across this bridge. I'm driving an empty tanker truck. I got no weight on it. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the whole truck goes from the first lane to the second lane. I thought something was wrong with the truck, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The truck left the lane.
That's
The tractor rolled off the bridge, but when my trailer wheels hit the last expansion joint, it was like kabam, And I looked in my mirrors, which were wet and foggy, and I could see my trailer, the rear tandem, the wheels on the trailer, jump off the ground. And I go, damn! It's like I thought there was something wrong with the truck. Maybe something fell off the tractor, and I ran it over with the trailer. I didn't know what the hell. But the truck had left the lane, and so I said, "There's something wrong with the truck." So as soon as I got off the bridge, I pulled up a little embankment and into a dirt spot that was just off the bridge. And little did I know, the bridge had just collapsed behind me.
Oh, my Lord.
Holy shit, that's what I thought you were going to say. Wow.
But at this point, I did not know because I heard kabam when my rear tandem, the trailer, hit that last expansion joint. I jumped out of the truck. I never looked behind me, and I tipped the hood, on a tractor, big Freightliner, the whole hood tips forward.
Yeah.
And I'm grabbing the steering column, I'm checking the pitman arm, I'm looking at the springs, the tie rod ends. I'm thinking something happened. I left the lane. There's something wrong with this truck.
And you had just crossed it, and that
I was the last vehicle to go eastbound over this.
And
okay?
Sorry, and
it
sounds like by seconds.
I made it by fractions of a second. Okay?
Yeah.
So when he told you,
So anyway, I jumped back up on the tank I shut the hood. God, nothing wrong with the truck. I jumped back up on the fuel tank to get in the door. I had the CB on in the cab, and all of a sudden I hear westbound, back it down. The Schoharie Creek Bridge just collapsed. And as I heard that on the CB, I looked across the highway to the westbound side, and I saw the man keying the mic in a tractor trailer.
What?
And I watched everyone come to a stop on the westbound side. And at that point, I go, what? Because I couldn't see the bridge from my tractor. I ran to the back of the trailer because it was just a little bit of a hill and I couldn't see over it. And when I got to the back, I looked and the bridge was gone. I'm basically looking at what you're seeing. Okay?
Wow.
Now, I looked.
That's not like something you can debate. It's right behind you. I mean, you're looking at it thinking, I just passed this. And
Yeah.
that's phenomenal. It's incredible.
My tractor went off that bridge smooth as glass, and the trailer hit the expansion joint as that last piece broke away.
Mm-hmm.
So I made it over that bridge by
You actually collapsed it.
No.
Yeah.
If you wanted to check out what happened to that bridge, the pylons
It was
washed out.
going.
Yeah,
it was
it was all. You know, believe me, there was a big investigation on this bridge. You know, I was driving an empty tractor trailer. You know,
You were just destroyed by the camel's back.
When I say you collapsed it, you were just the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
You can say that.
Oh, that's so lucky.
Yeah,
man.
you can say that.
In fact, you said that God told you not to stop, and that's crazy.
No,
I think that guy's for sure your spirit guide.
Yeah, me too. I do, and I've had a lot of crazy dreams too. And I'm not trying to make this about myself or anything, but have you probably heard me say how I stuck my feet out the window seconds? It seemed like seconds before we got hit, and my legs would have been crushed if they were inside the passenger seat, passenger side. And I can't think of one time in my life I've ever stuck my feet out the window. I don't know if you ever heard me tell that story.
I have, Josh. I heard that. Now, the next thing I want to say is what I thought was the truck leaving the lane was actually the lane leaving the truck.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, you know what I'm saying?
That wasn't the truck moving.
It wasn't the truck, right? It was the bridge moving as I came off it. So anyway, now I run to the back of the trailer, and I look just in time to watch a Schneider transportation truck, one of those big orange trucks, drive right off.
Oh no! Oh, this.
And then a couple cars drive right off. And at that point, my legs turned to rubber, and I fell to my knees. And then I couldn't even balance myself on my knees. I started like an uncontrollable shaking, and I went down onto all fours. I'm on all fours behind the truck, and I got an uncontrollable shake. I can't even stop from shaking.
Now, was this on the same side that you were, or the other side of the bridge?
I'm on the eastbound side.
I mean, the vehicles that drove off.
Oh, they were coming eastbound also.
Yeah. The west side was stopped by the truck driver.
The westbound side was stopped. The eastbound side had no clue, and I watched a couple people just sail right off it.
I'm sorry.
That's where that river would have claimed me anyway, because I would have had to help them. I can't even picture that in my mind without it bothering me real bad, Eddie. I can't believe you had to watch that, buddy. I'm sorry.
I think the same thing, Sonny, too. But with that flood like that, you would have. I mean,
I know, but you got to try.
I can only describe it. I can only describe it. I was in a state of shock, and I was on all fours behind the truck, and it took me 5 minutes just to get back on my knees. That's how much I was shaking.
Man.
And I got back on my knees, and then eventually, maybe it might have took as long as 10 minutes for me to be able to stand up. That's how I was I was in a state of shock. And so finally, I walked back to the tractor, man. I was like, oh my God. And you got to remember, this is 1987. We didn't have cell phones and nothing.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, yeah.
The only communication was the CB radio. And, eventually a couple trucks that had been going east stopped. They happened to see the bridge was gone. And they managed to stop everyone going eastbound. Otherwise, more vehicles would have went off. But I think altogether, I think it was about 3 or 4 vehicles drove off going eastbound. So here I am. I'm sitting on the eastbound side of this thing. And I finally get back into the truck, into the cab. And like I said, there's no cell phones. There's nothing I can do. I can talk to someone on the CB radio. That's all I got. And I eventually stopped shaking enough to get my foot on the fuel pedal. And I start down the road. And there's not going to be anyone else but me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be the only vehicle going down the road. There ain't going to be anyone coming eastbound for a long time.
Yeah.
Except me. I'm it.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. I drive
um,
probably another, I'm thinking, might have been 5 miles. And there's no on ramps between me and the next service plaza.
Mm-hmm.
And so I drive about 5 miles. I'm the only vehicle on the road, and there's going to be no one else. And I pull into this service plaza because I'm still looking to get that morning coffee. And I walk up to the counter in this Burger King, and I ordered a large black. And I said to the lady, I said, I'm going to be your last customer for a long time. And she gave me a funny look, and she ran behind the counter, who was probably her manager, and she was pointing at me, and they were
she
both
got
looking at
scared.
me. Yeah, she didn't know what the hell, right? This
Yeah.
strange guy just said he's going to be the last customer, and this is probably 10 o'clock in the morning or something, right? They're expecting all kinds of people coming in on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And then it dawned on the lady and the manager that there's no one else coming down the road. And they both ran by me out the door to the gas station. You know how they have fuel pumps out near the highway. And they talked to the guy. I'm still waiting for my coffee. I turn around and watch them run out the door. And they go, and then they all start looking down the road. Like, wait a minute. There's no one coming down the road. They had no clue. And there's going to be no one to come down the road to tell them anything. And so when they came back in, they realized I wasn't lying. And I said, the Schoharie Creek Bridge collapsed. And you're not going to have another customer. I'm it. And I got my large coffee. I got back in the truck. And off I went. Okay, so that was now. Why did he come to me in that truck? I'll tell you why he come to me in that truck, because I wasn't meant to die right there, and it wasn't his time to go back, and that's why I didn't die.
Yeah, if you would have made any other decision just to delay you by a second,
Stop for that. Remember I said, I was just about to stop for a coffee, and that's when I saw him say, "Don't stop." And so it's only the fact that it wasn't his time to go back, and it wasn't my time to die. And that's why I made it over there. I was 27, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's fast forward. Now we're going to fast forward to 2005. This is the next time I see the man with the beard, and the last time. It's about 2:30 in the morning. I'm in a gas tanker delivering a gas station outside of Boston. Big snowstorm, got about 2 feet of snow. I've been working for about 12 hours out of the Boston terminal, delivering gas. And this was my last stop of the night. And I jump out, and, I calibrated all the fuel tanks, and, I'm taking the stick readings and all this paperwork goes with it. And I'm hooking up the hoses and the vapor recovery. And I got the light on the cab of the truck, and all of a sudden I look, and there's somebody sitting in my passenger seat in the truck. And my first thought was probably some street guy, right? Just snuck in there to get warm or something, right? So I go around to the driver's side and jump up in the seat. It's the man in the beard with the long coat, looking straight ahead out the windshield. He tells me basically it's time to leave, right? And then I get back out. I go back out there to do the gas. Didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing. He told me telepathically, time to leave. It's going to be time to leave. And I went back out there, delivered the rest of the load, and I didn't want to look towards the cab of the truck. But when I did, he was gone. But I knew that something was going to happen. I was going to die. All right, I knew it was my time to die again because he had to go back.
Holy smokes, dude!
And
now, when you see him like in the cab of the truck, he looked completely physical or more like a
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
an
completely
apparition?
physical. Yep, he had the same long leather, rawhide, not rawhide, like long leather trench coat. Every time I ever saw the man, that's what he was wearing. When I saw him in my dream in the lifeboat, when I saw him on the other side in the wagon, and when I saw him at the bridge, and now at the gas station in 2005, he had the same coat.
And it'll be like he's there and then he's just not there. Just
Right. He was very physical, sitting there in my truck, looking straight out the window, like he did when the bridge collapsed, when he did in the wagon. He never looked at me. He just looked straight ahead. But I knew the message he was conveying. So now it's 2005, and he's gone. I pack all the hoses back up on the truck, finished my delivery, went back to the terminal, parked my truck, jumped in my pickup truck. It was snowing like a bastard. There's probably a foot of snow on the street. And I got about a 50-mile drive to get home, back up to New Hampshire. And I drove home without incident, but he was on my mind the whole time. I knew I was going to expect something. Something was going to happen.
Yeah.
I get home, I jump in bed. It didn't seem like I was in bed for maybe 5 minutes. That's what it seemed like. And all of a sudden, I'm floating above my body.
oh wow.
And I look, and there's the man in the bed, and he's floating too. And he looks right at me, and he floated right through the wall. And he was gone. And he left me floating. I'm in the room. I'm in my bedroom. I'm floating. Okay? And
I'm floating here.
I didn't know if I should follow him or should I try to go back to my body. But I tried not to panic anyway. This was 2005. And I kind of made almost like a swimming motion. And I swam, made a couple strokes, and I swam back into my body. And I just popped up in bed, wide awake.
Wow.
And that was the end. I was back
Eddie,
in my body. I must have died again. He left.
Wow.
If
Eddie,
make any sense of that,
Yeah.
But I
think
had to
heard
die
you
once again, and when I was floating above my body, obviously I was dead. It let him leave, and once he left, I managed to go back into my body. I didn't panic. I was floating above my body, and I was trying to tell myself not to freak out, and very controlled. Like I made like a couple swimming motions towards my body, and I just melded back into it. And then I just popped up in bed. I just right into a sitting position, like bam.
Do you think that could have been some type of goodbye for that he was giving to you? Like when you say you astral projected then in that moment, like even if you did die for a second and come back, you think that could have just been, like he
Well,
wanted to see you one last time. That's why you saw him float there with you and float through the ceiling.
Well, when he took me out of the water, right, when I returned the first time, he took me out of the water. He told me that this would happen again. At some point, I would die again, and that was it. In 2005, somehow or another, I died in my bed temporarily or something, so he could leave. But obviously, he had made his amends, and it was time for him to return. And for him to return, I had to die again. That's what I made of it.
Eddie, you're familiar with Preston Dennett, right?
Yes, yeah.
Whenever I don't know if it was on here, whenever when I got him on the UFO garage with Willie, he was talking a lot about astral projection and things, and he's written books on that. I'm still really new to it, but I know he's talked about some really cool stuff with it. Do you guys remember what he said on the garage that had us cracking up? Oh yeah, about going to the moon or something like that.
Do I remember?
I was asking Chad and Sony that if they Oh, I thought they might have seen precedent on the garage.
I
But
don't think I
I was
watched
gonna,
him on the garage. No.
I was gonna say he said something just like what you were saying with the kind of. It's like you're swimming. I guess I'm not sure. I'm still really new into all that astral
Yeah.
projection
Well,
stuff.
like I said, I was once again I was left floating above my body. And, the last time I was floating above my body, I was dead. As far as we understand death, and this time I was floating above my body again. I could only assume I had died again, and I didn't panic, and I kind of hesitated. He looked at me, and I watched him go through the wall, and I didn't know if I should follow him, and I could have. I felt like I could have if I wanted to. I could have followed him, but instead I decided to remain and swim back into my body. It was the choice I made. But I have a feeling. I mean, I was floating there with him, and it was almost
Yeah.
like I had a choice. But I made the choice to go back to my body, and
Well, Ed, if you would have went back, that one angry Grinch guy would have started fussing at you again. Told you you're
yeah.
not
Well,
supposed
I
to be
was a
here.
lot older now too. Let me see. That 2005. Let me see. How old was I in 2005? That was.
I was going to ask you about him too. Like, why do you think he? Sorry, I got airplane coming over. I put my phone on mute.
Is it an actual airplane or is it Black Hawk helicopters? trying to see what we're talking about.
What was your question, Josh? I didn't hear you. Oh,
Get my
I lost
phone.
him. There he is.
His phone's fighting him.
God, sorry.
There you go.
Phone didn't want to come off mute. Oh yeah, the guy who you said it was his wife stayed there with him.
Right.
It sounds almost like some purgatory type thing, or whenever you hear about people being stuck here in this realm, or like halfway in this realm and the next realm. Like, what do you think it is that if souls get stuck like that? Like, what do you think it is
Josh,
that
I'm
they
glad
have
you
to
met.
do?
I'm glad you just said that, because I look back at what I just told you guys, and I kind of forgot what was told to me. And remember, I said there was 3 guys that all looked alike. Remember, one of them
Yeah,
said, "You can't stay here." At
Mm-hmm.
one point, I questioned where I was. Remember, I said I thought I was in heaven when I saw the lady Emma. I just assumed this got to be heaven. If Emma was there, she was such a wonderful person. But at one point, I asked the question, "Where am I?" Because she said, when I said, "Oh, I must be in heaven," she goes, "I decided no, I decided to stay with Billy." And at that point, I said, "Well, where am I?" And one of the men told me, one of the men that looked all alike, the one that had come down the staircase, he told me I was in the grand place of waiting.
oh wow, that sounds
That's what
yeah.
I was. That's what I was told. The
The
grand place
grand
of
like
place
waiting.
of waiting. I'm writing that
And
it
down.
to
sounds like a
me, it seems
purgatory
like
type thing.
exactly
Or,
like some kind of a bus station in a dimension
or like
where.
whenever you hear about people being stuck here, I was want to know, what do you think it is that maybe he had to do, or like, because he said his wife stayed with him, and I've thought about that before. If souls get stuck kind of like halfway or in a waiting place, like kind of in this reality, but not in the next reality. Like, what do you think they have to accomplish
Well,
to get the soul to move on? Or
well,
they
you
just stuck
see,
here forever?
he like I say, his wife was an angel. He wasn't. He was a nasty guy. He was a very shrewd businessman, and I know he didn't have any friends. I knew him that well. He didn't live too far from me, and nobody liked him. He wasn't a very popular person, and obviously he wasn't going to be going where his wife was going to go. I think his wife was destined to go maybe to heaven or somewhere nicer, and he ended up at this grand place of waiting, and she decided, to stay with him. That's the only way I can really describe that. But um, there were other people there. I did see other people inside the room. And one thing I didn't mention, it just seems so. How can I describe it? It almost had a smell of home when I was there. When I walked into that house, you know, it just, everything felt like home. It just felt, like I said, I described it as it felt more real than this, you know.
Hmm.
Hey, Eddie, Tammy actually in
Yeah.
the chat, she just said, I have actually heard that term from a few people now, grand place of waiting.
Yeah,
That's the first time I've heard that. That sounds.
that's exactly what they said to me.
Wow, that's
Exactly what was said to me.
That's
Yeah.
that's deep stuff.
crazy
Yeah.
how it connects like that when you talk to other people and they say that they have the exact same, like the same wording and everything. It's nuts.
Yeah. Now, the crazy part to me through the whole thing was, the man in the beard, because, he was in those dreams as a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
He was rowing the lifeboat when I died in a prior life. He came to me at the bridge collapse. He came to me. He pulled me from the water. He was with me when I died the second time, and he returned to whatever realm he was going to. But for some reason, there was just some kind of a connection between me and the man in the beard. I don't know what that connection was. Is he some kind of spirit guide? I don't know. But
I was also thinking about the three triplet guys that you were talking about, and you were talking earlier about the Matrix and stuff, and it kind of made me think of what are guys in the suits
oh
in
yes,
the
yes,
Matrix
that's
called?
correct. I haven't watched the Matrix, and in fact, Josh, I'll tell you something about the Matrix. When that movie come out, a friend of mine goes, "Hey Eddie, you got to see this movie." I go, "What's the name of it?" He goes, "It's called The Matrix. It's like almost like living in a false reality." And I said, Kevo, I don't even have to watch it. I already know what it's about. You know?
See, first, when I watched it when it first came out, I just thought it was an awesome action flick, with some cool scenes. And then after I
Yeah.
got more into like a lot of this metaphysical stuff and quantum
Oh yeah.
physics type and stuff,
Oh
I went
yeah.
back and I watched it a whole new perspective. But yeah,
Oh
the
yeah.
three guys that looked alike I can't remember what those guys in the Matrix are called. The guys that all look alike. But I was wondering, what do you think their purpose was? Because three is always a
Yeah,
number that keeps
three
me
is
up.
some kind of a symbol for sure. But I do now remember, watching The Matrix. I did, in fact, I never watched the whole thing. I remember watching maybe a
No,
half
I
an
mean,
hour of it.
I meant the three guys in your dream, the ones that look just
Oh,
alike. What do you think?
what could that possibly mean?
What was their purpose? Those three guys that looked identical. What do you think?
That's really hard to explain. I had these three guys that looked exactly alike, and it seemed to me they were some type of caretakers. They were the ones running the
Mm.
show where I was. You know, that's the only way I could really say. I mean, I just can't think of any other reason. But they seem to be at the grand place of waiting. They seem to be the guys that were telling, this is what's going to happen next. This is where you're going. Get in the
And
wagon.
what were they
You can't
dressed like?
stay. Very simple. They were all dressed in like not black but not gray, kind of an in between light blackish gray shirts and not jeans but pants. They didn't. It was nothing fancy. You know what I'm saying? It was very. There was like no pockets in their shirts or buttons,
Yeah,
from what I
I
could
keep
see.
noticing. I keep noticing, in whether it's paranormal or UFO or like some kind of spiritual experience, three is a repeating number, and I know
Oh
that number
gosh,
does
yeah.
have significance in like actual geometry and sacred geometry.
Oh
But
yeah.
or even like Chris, I always bring up Chris Bledsoe because I know Chris, but before he met the lady entity, there was three beings that woke him up and led him out there. And when you just said like caretakers, that's kind of what it made me think about.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Josh. Um, when this happened to me at 11, you got to remember this was 1971. I think The Matrix come out in 1999, 2000, maybe. But when I did see The Matrix, when I saw the three men that looked alike, it did remind me of my experience. That I thought it was kind of funny because I kind of had, was this what's reality? Was I at reality? Is this reality? Am I manifesting reality? I've got so many questions. I don't have any of the answers. I really don't.
Yeah, I get a deep thought about it. You were saying like manifesting reality and how we shape reality. I often think that if this is like a conscious matrix, then I feel like, I don't know how to say it. I feel like, God, the architect of the universe, whatever you want to call it, I feel like that is the universe, and we're inside that thought, creating thoughts like fractals within fractals. We were talking about patterns yesterday and stuff, and that was the main thing I was really getting at with that.
Oh yeah,
If
I
that makes
understand
any
you.
sense.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. Yeah, complete sense. But
Then we were even talking yesterday about how people are stuck on their phones constantly in this,
Oh yeah.
like, I mean, doing TikTok and just, I mean, there's good things you can get out your phone, but that's like another matrix within a matrix. I mean, I'm just getting in deep theories here.
oh, I understand you completely, Josh. In fact, me and Chad were talking about that before the show.
Yep.
No, really.
Cell
a little,
phone thing for sure.
a little dependent
yeah.
on technology. And
Just
what
a
is
little bit.
technology? I question technology all the time because, what happens with technology? You reach a spot where is it technology or is it anti-technology?
I
To
think
the
there's a
point,
good way and a bad way we could use it. Um, you were mentioning the Grays earlier. I wanted to bring that up real quick because I know Chad's probably got to get some sleep sometime soon.
I was just gonna say in 4 minutes we'll be at 4 hours, and I just want to wrap it up at 4 hours. But we can continue the conversation between us after the YouTube ends.
Well, I wanted to ask him real quick. Did why did you bring up the Greys earlier? I missed that part of the podcast. At the very beginning, I heard you saying something about the gray aliens.
what was? I'm trying to. I remember talking about it, but I forget the point I was making.
Or I think
do
you were just
too,
asking if somebody knew like exactly what they are or
Oh,
something like that.
right. What I was saying about that was, I was actually talking about, the people who are considered experts in the field of paranormal, and no one really knows. Like you have discussed this before, Josh, yourself. Are they coming from another dimension, Hollow Earth, dark side of the moon,
Yeah,
Antarctica, or are they
I,
traversing millions of light years to get here?
yeah,
No
I'll have to
one
say
really
all of the
knows,
above.
but
Yeah,
we do all accept. Like if we all have a picture in our brain of if you say the word alien, and most people have the picture of a gray alien. That's what they when they say when you hear the word alien, that's the picture that pops into your head. We were discussing that a little earlier.
if you don't mind, real quick, I'd like to tell you. Last week I was speaking online to an experiencer who's thinking about coming on my show. He's still debating it up in the air, but he told me this really crazy. I don't know. He said he doesn't know if it was a download or a dream that he got, and he's had contact with gray aliens like 4 or 5 times now in his life. But he said that he got this thought that the gray aliens were from a parallel universe. As crazy as that sounds,
If
well,
you
it's
want my opinion, like I just listed about 10 different places where people think they might be from, say, for
yeah.
instance, Preston Dennett, right? He thinks they're coming from another planet. Everyone's got their opinion. No one really knows for sure. But if I had to take my personal opinion, I would call them interdimensional.
Yeah, well, this guy was telling me it's another planet, but as a matter of fact, I don't think I said this yesterday because it's kind of bonkers, but he said it was another Earth on a parallel
In a
universe,
parallel
and
universe.
that it
Well,
was actually us. It was us in the future. Serious, this is what this guy told me. It's just what he got, and that we got too dependent on technology, and we fused ourselves with computers, and that's kind of why I brought up some of that
it makes perfect sense,
artificial
Josh.
intelligence,
Makes
and
perfect
that the
sense.
whole and that the whole they lost their emotions by using their brains, making themselves like a giant computer, pretty much.
Right.
and that the whole hybridization thing is apparently like an attempt to get their emotions back or something. And I'm not saying that this is true. You know, this is just what this person told me, and the person told me, said he doesn't even know, and we video chatted. He said he doesn't know 100% if it's true, but that's what he got in a dream, and he's, you know, actually had physical contact with these things, you know, a few
That
times.
makes perfect sense. You know, when I first started exploring, you know, extraterrestrials, you know, my first thought was this may be us from the future. You know, I really did. Just like you said, and you know, the gentleman you just mentioned, it makes perfect sense. And is it a parallel universe? Is it another dimension? You know, but I kind of lean in that direction. You know,
He also told me that they're spread out everywhere. He said they're not just Earth. He said they're a giant hive mind. He said they go to a bunch of different planets and set a bunch of different universes, and they all have like a hive mind, like where they're all connected. Like, so they're like a living computer, kind of. But whenever he told me that, it really made me think about the Zimbabwe case, and it made sense to me. You know, if that's correct, why those Greys would have been giving those kids that message at the Zimbabwe incident, and especially, you know, if they are us from the future, that you know that's even more stronger evidence. I'm just, you know, theorizing here, but
oh yeah,
I mean, it
that's
does
all we
kind of
can
line
do
up,
is
you know?
theorize, Josh, because none of us really have the answer. But the two scenarios you just mentioned make perfect sense. They really do. I lean more to that than I do someone traversing, you know, 150 million light years. I have a hard time believing that, you know, someone's traversing the stars.
I think it still could. I think it still could be. I think it's like all of the above, but I don't think that they would be traversing the stars in the way that we think. I think they would probably be like teleporting, you know, kind of like a radio frequency, just popping up at one spot and, you know, appearing another.
Like the transporter on Star Trek.
You know, yeah, if all points of space time are really connected, you know.
Teleportation.
Yeah. Perhaps. There's this thing called quantum entanglement. It's really crazy. I'm gonna tell you real quick. They did this experiment.
Josh, I gotta end this before we get into quantum entanglement.
Chad's done.
I'm not done. I just have to I have to shut her down, or we're gonna get into quantum physics, and then we're gonna go for another 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
we're already at 4 hours, guys.
Yeah, you're right.
Eddie, I know you don't have any social media or anything that people can follow, but
no, I don't.
So you guys cannot find Eddie anywhere.
No, you can find me on the chat room at Spaced Out Radio.
That's
right. You can
right.
find me on the chat room at Paranormal Chop Shop, and you can find me on Chad Smith's Morning Coffee.
And soon and soon Josh's Trippy
soon
Times
podcast. Joshua Casey at the Trippy Times. Yeah,
that's right.
But you can find me in the chat room. That's about it.
Yeah, sorry.
That's a good point.
Sorry I got on here so late. It was great finally getting to talk to you, though.
It was nice talking to all you guys.
Yeah, you got to find out what that one time I was abducted by aliens. They got something going on today. It says if you all want to come do butt stuff with us today,
I saw that.
Y'all are welcome to come.
So, what's going on over there, Jamie?
There they are.
Yeah, Jamie, what's going on over there?
You guys aren't telling us you're going to probe your audience for answers, right?
Oh man, drinking UFO beer.
Yeah, I know I need a break. My head's ready to explode.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, man. Well, we really appreciate I mean, this was way more than I ever expected. This has been amazing. You made me cry on the camera, so it's been a very cool. It's been a really cool podcast, and I really appreciate you being here.
Awesome, guys.
Like I said, Chad, I still have something else. We could always have a part 2, or we could go on Josh's channel for part 2. But
I think
I still have a story about an abduction, missing time that we never got to, and that could take a show just to talk.
Absolutely.
To explain.
Well, I'm sure Chad's going to be on there with me, so it can still be like a part 2, kind of, you know.
Oh yeah,
if you want to do it on my channel.
We'll definitely get that.
Just mail me the check, and
Dave's in charge of that. Dave does payroll.
I'll give you some
that's a private joke.
Beer.
All right,
guys.
Good talking to you.
Yep.
It's
We'll
been a
see you
hell of a
guys
time.
later.
Okay, I'm signing off. Nice
All
seeing
right.
you guys. See you, Josh. See you,
Thanks
Sonny.
a lot, Eddie.
Chad.
Great, Eddie. You
Thank
did
you,
great,
buds.
buddy. Awesome.
Okay,
guest.
talk to you later.
All right, we'll
Bye-bye.
see you about. And YouTube, we will see you on Tuesday. Actually, we'll see you tomorrow on Paranormal Chop Shop. So make
See
sure
you then, too.
make sure you're there. Josh
Yep.
always leaves instantly. I'm not
I
even.
love when he gets off.
We should just go for another hour now. We should just go for another hour.
We live. We're staying live, Josh.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow, and then Tuesday on Chad Smith Podcast. Tuesday and Thursday, 8 o'clock Eastern. Thanks a lot. We'll see you
Tomorrow
next
night
time.
at 6.
Peace.
Peace out.